Hello, good morning and welcome to You Garden TV. Now, normally I do a little jump at the beginning.
I did it for you.
Yes. Apparently I always do that at the beginning of the show. Good morning.
It does, it's brilliant.
I'm grounded today.
It makes me smile every time, honestly.
We are feeling very festive, and it's actually our last live show which guarantees Christmas delivery.
Yes, it is, unfortunately. Sorry about that. I mean, you might be able to shop next week and still get it in before Christmas, but today is the day that we are absolutely guaranteeing that. So if you are looking for some last-minute Christmas gifts, we've got a few.
We've got lots, actually, and some great ideas to make your winter garden look absolutely fantastic. And we love it. Look, obviously, it's getting close to Christmas, so if you want to send in some, I don't know, some messages.
Yeah, we love it when people are part of the show.
Yes.
We love it when you comment. Our lovely Stuart is sat in his shed. Control room, thank you. It's the control room. He's sat in his control.
High-tech control room.
Exactly that. And he will let us know all of your messages, so please keep us company.
But a few things that you need to, because you might be brand new to the show. First of all, we have got a free gift. And it's a new one.
Yes, we ran out the same one.
Well, we ran out of our daffodils. Yeah. They all went. Well done. But we have got 40 crocus bulbs.
Yeah.
And do you know what? I honestly, you might think, oh, is it a bit late to plant crocus? I've planted crocus in December, and they still come up. It's amazing, actually.
It is amazing. And the thing is, you know what? They naturalise as well. You know, so they spread and they come back for you year on year. So please don't worry about it. The weather is wonderful out there. I've been on Instagram recently. There's loads of people on there still planting their bulbs, so there's loads of time. And what I did with my crocus, and I'm so excited for the spring to come, I've planted them in drifts through my lawn, and I'm hoping that that is the kind of beautiful display I'm going to get.
I'm sure it will.
In February, March time.
You planted about 600. So
I did plant a lot of bulbs.
But yeah, honestly, you can still plant them, still time, and they are free with every order as long as you use the offer code, which is YGTV, the big 50 today.
The big 50.
YGTV, the big 50. Free bulbs with every single order. And if you do place a few separate orders, you'll get several bags of bulbs, basically. So yeah, it's really worth doing that, particularly if certain items have got postage included. So if you want to buy a few separate items, get more bulbs, you can certainly do that. Now also, we are sad to say, boo!
You can't get out of Panto, can you?
Oh yes, I was an ugly sister on Friday night.
Oh no, you weren't.
Yes, I got the swagger there, hips moving. Like this. I tell you what, I don't know you wear heels.
I know, it's hard.
Oh my word.
Well, I don't very often these days.
I mean, I nearly fell over. In fact, I did fall over. Anyway, that's by the by. It is the one of the last times you're going to get free postage on orders over £30. That promotion does finish at the end of December.
It does, I'm afraid. We will have lots of other promotions for you, lots of other offers, lots of other discounts, but I'm afraid this one we have to say goodbye to. So only a couple of weeks left, but all you need to do is get your order to over that £30. Make sure you use that offer code YGTV50, and it will take any of the postage off your order for you. But
do take advantage of that, because it is coming to an end. And we've got lots on the show. We've got plants, we've got pots, we've got little Christmas gifts, lots of gardening essentials, and lots of friendly advice as well. Hey, we've got a very special viewer watching today, your mum.
I hope so.
Yes.
She's learnt how to use YouTube, and she's learnt that she can watch, so good morning, Mum.
Good morning, Sheila, isn't it, your mum? Yeah, not met her, but yeah, good morning, Sheila.
Good morning.
But yeah, we would love to hear from you today. And lots of our regulars joining us.
Olwyn, good morning. Elaine, Neil, who was the other one? Bill, good morning.
Yeah.
Good morning to you all.
And yeah, keep those comments coming in. Hello to Barbara.
Excuse me.
Oh, who likes her jumpers?
Amanda.
Yeah, we thought we'd go Christmassy today.
Well, we thought we'd give it a go for the last few shows of the year.
Why not? Look at the hat, by the way.
Oh, thank you very much.
I should have thought that. It would have kept me warm, actually.
I know. I'll bring you one.
Yes.
I'll bring you one on...
Because we're live Wednesday as well, aren't we? Yes. Right, we better begin. Should we go with it? Should we start with the best sellers of the week?
Yeah, let's do it.
Come and join us. We've got a table here of top sellers from the week.
Yes.
We call it our favourites, and some great little Christmas ideas. They are.
They're all my favourites as well.
We love plants, as you know. But these are such good value, and they are the variegated hollies. Normally they are £9.99 each, so for two you'd be paying the best part of £20. On today's show, it's first of all only £4.99, but you're going to get a buy one get one free, so it works out £2.50 each. These.
Oh, yeah, I mean we're working out the cost on this. So against the usual price for two of these, you're basically spending a quarter of the price to get two of these delivered to your door.
For Sunday,
Thank you, thank you. You've been teaching me well. These are absolutely amazing. I love a bit of holly, because they just feel so incredibly festive, don't they, at this time of year? But what they do also provide you throughout the remainder of the year is these beautiful variegated leaves, like constantly, because these are evergreen, they always look good, and as you described them, Shaun, they are bulletproof.
They really are. I've got one of these in my garden. It's big. I mean, it's been there years. It must be about 8-10 foot high. But what is nice at this time of year, I can take off so many branches and you barely notice, and I really do decorate the home with them.
Yeah,
mantle shelves and bookshelves and things.
It's such an easy way, isn't it? You don't even have to have a huge amount of creativity. You don't need to create all these.
Bex.
I mean, it's wonderful if you have.
Bex is looking at me there. You don't need to. Yeah, you're right. Actually, I'm not. I'd like to be a bit more creative. I'd love to learn how to make wreaths and things.
It would be great. But, you know, even if you just cut off some branches of this and stick them into a vase, that gives you the festive feel, doesn't it? And it will give you the berries on here too. Yeah,
but they're amazing value, and I would definitely recommend getting them in your basket. Now, obviously, they, as I said, they are bulletproof. So mine are in a really exposed area in my garden, and they never, ever fail. But what I will say is, if you're worried about how big these are going to get, obviously you can prune them, you can keep them in shape, or you can put them in pots. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, you can pretty much restrict the growth size of anything that you put into a pot quite happily. I mean, but if you do want them to get big, you know, they can get 10, 15 metres in height. It's going to take you a long time to get there, so probably 20, 30 years for them to get to those kinds of heights. But you can prune them back, which you will do at this time of year anyway, so you can control the size of these if you don't have a massive space to put them.
But they could make a lovely little Christmas gift potentially as well. But it's a buy one get one free, amazing value at just £4.99. And don't forget, you will get your free bulbs with every single order using that code YGTV50. Got lots of viewers watching us this morning already.
I know, loads of people coming in. Good morning to you all.
I'm so glad we kept the live shows going throughout December. Who else is coming? Barbara's
Barbara. There. Degsy. Good morning, Degsy. And George. Good morning. Degsy wants to know what to plant in this half whiskey barrel. I got a rhododendron.
Yeah, that could look good.
The rhododendron Bollywood, I think, would look great in there, because also that requires an ericaceous compost, so that's great to keep in a pot.
I think the Ceanothus.
Oh, well done. Ceanothus.
Yeah.
Callicarpa.
Stay watching.
Escallonia pink L, that would look great in there. Or even our hellebores.
Yeah.
Loads of ideas for you, Dexy. Loads.
Or even one of the Cordylines could be nice. Yeah. So, yes, stay watching.
Got lots of ideas for that.
Coming up next, though, we have got...
Gardenia would look good in there too.
Yeah, they would actually. This is a great double-up deal, though.
Sorry.
So, one for £12.99, but you can double up and get for two for £14.98. And if you're thinking, hang on, gardenia, it's a houseplant. It is a houseplant, but this is the brand new hardy version for outdoors.
Yeah.
And, first of all, the leaves are gorgeous, aren't they?
I'm a big fan of glossy evergreen leaves. What is it about that glossiness? I think it just looks so healthy, doesn't it?
It does.
It looks so healthy and luscious and gorgeous, and you do have that kind of display all year round because they are gorgeously evergreen. But really what we're going to grow this gardenia for is the beautiful fragrance that you get from the kind of waxy, beautiful white flowers on here. There's something so interesting about these flowers as well. When you look at that centre, I think it looks like somebody's taken a needle and thread and sewn those bits in the middle there, because they just look so interesting.
They are just
spectacular,
They're perfect, aren't they?
Look at that.
Yeah.
Oh, it's gorgeous.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
The fragrance that you get from here is just heady and gorgeous, and you get it throughout the summer months. June, July, August, September is the usual kind of flowering time. This is going to work great in a pot. If you want to plant it out into a border, you absolutely can, but because this does require an erication, it prefers an ericaceous compost.
Yes, it's an acid-loving plant.
I think it would look perfect in a pot, which also means that you can move that pot around in your garden to wherever it is that you're going to be sitting, because I think you're going to want to do that to take advantage of the beautiful gardenia fragrance.
Yeah, I'm not a winter person. I'm looking forward for Christmas. I'm enjoying the run up to Christmas. It's great. But I was driving to work today. Obviously, it was quite dark, and I thought, only about another, what's it today? 16th, isn't it, today?
It's a week today to Christmas Eve.
Week today to Christmas Eve. But do you know what I was thinking, Bex?
What?
A week today, the days start to get a little bit longer.
They get longer again, don't they?
Yeah.
Yes.
So the 22nd, the shortest day of the year. But after that, it starts to get a bit longer. So I'm already thinking about spring and summer, and they will be absolutely gorgeous in summer 2024. And they will survive the winter. They're hardy to -10, we say, don't we?
Yeah, -10. And anything that we tell you is winter hardy, fully winter hardy, has our lifetime guarantee as well. Which means that if it fails to thrive, we will replace it for you, absolutely free of charge. You just have to get in touch with our customer services department, explain to them what's happened, and they will replace it. All you have to do is cover any postage costs to get that out to you.
Yeah. So I keep looking at you in that hat. I think I'm quite cute in that, Bex. Do you?
Maybe I should wear hats more often.
Is your head warm?
Covers up half my face. That's the reason, isn't it? Yeah, I'm cosy.
No,
it's
you're
nice.
not great at it. You do.
Thanks.
And you said you had a few grey hairs coming through, so it's
So mean.
You told me that before the show.
I know, before the show.
So I didn't mean to tell you that either. There's only one or two. You wouldn't notice. Right, let's move on. Right, we talk about Christmas gifts as well, and we are guaranteeing Christmas delivery today, which is brilliant. And a lot of you have ordered our Venus flytrap this week.
I love this one.
And you probably know there's a big advert on the TV featuring the Venus flytrap. There's a lot on social media. They've become really cult again, and we've got a brilliant one here for $9.99. It's actually called a jumbo one because the traps are big on this one, aren't they?
Yeah, they can reach an inch across.
Yeah, that's big.
So these are very, very big. They're much bigger than a lot of the ones that you will see out there on the market. So, just if you are looking to buy one, do your research, because I think what you're getting here is really good value. Plus, look at how many traps you can see on there. There's loads of them.
If you've never grown one of these, I think it's a brilliant one for kids. So if you've got children, watch this. Grandchildren, nieces, nephews, that's what it does.
Snap.
Why do we love that so much?
Snap. He's fun, isn't he? Look at him. I ate you. Nom, nom, nom.
So it is. It's a carnivorous plant, as you've guessed. It loves insects and flies. And what happens inside each trap? There's some tiny little hairs, and as the fly approaches it, and it's drawn to the Venus flytrap by the scent and the red, of course.
Yeah.
If it buzzes around those hairs for just a couple of times, it activates them, and the trap then closes and digests the fly. That takes about 10 to 12 days, doesn't it?
It does, because then it just releases these kind of juices, I suppose, to break down the fly that's in there, and that's where it gets its nutrition from. The traps do die off, but obviously it produces more of those. We don't do this to it, because what it'll do is then use its energy to digest that fly, but it's not actually getting any nutrients. So we don't recommend you do this.
So it wear itself out if you kept doing that. And what happens is that trap stays closed about 10 to 12 days, it digests the fly, then it will open up. Now, there are a few things you need to know with a Venus flytrap. So these naturally occur in swamps in countries like America. So it does like, for most of the year, quite wet roots. So stand it in a saucer of water, and it definitely wants rainwater. So it doesn't like chlorinated water. It loves natural rainwater. So stand it in a little saucer of rainwater. In the winter months, you won't need to do that. So January, February time, let the actual water evaporate and then replace. But during the summer months, you want it constantly standing in rainwater. Likes a sunny position, so a nice sunny window, but not too, you don't want it to be too hot, so you wouldn't want it next to a radiator or anything like that, but a nice sunny, bright position. But it will give you pleasure for many, many years. And all the instructions on how to look after it are, of course, on our website. There's a little video there as well. So Daniel's just said, if he kept it next to his Christmas chocolates, would it stop people eating the chocolates? I don't think it would, Daniel.
No. Sorry.
No.
It's only gonna get the insects.
Yeah.
It's not gonna get people's hands.
But it is a brilliant. I mean, was that Daniel Tarquin?
It was.
Yes.
It was our lovely Dan.
No flies on him. But if you have got flies in your hand, you don't obviously get many at this time of the year. But in summer, I know because I live in the country, if we leave the windows and doors open, we do get a lot of flies coming in, which is awful, particularly when you're preparing food and things.
Absolutely.
It's just terrible. In fact, we had a real problem last year. Me and my other half own a pub, and obviously you can't have flies in the pub. And it was one of those summers where there were lots of flies everywhere, so we did all sorts to get rid of them. But these are actually a brilliant natural deterrent.
Yeah, they're great because you don't have to have any of those fly sprays. Or you were talking about your mum having that sticky paper on the windows and things to get it. It just looks ugly, doesn't it?
It looks awful. So there's so many reasons to get this. Guaranteed Christmas delivery. But I think it's really important to get children into gardening, to know a little bit more about nature. And this is a fun way of doing it, isn't it?
Really fun
Would your
way.
boys like this one?
Well,
Bex?
my little one, I think he would find this absolutely... Well, they probably both would, actually.
Yeah.
But the little one, he would definitely find that very fascinating. I'm still considering getting a last-minute present for him on that.
I'd say just place them in a saucer of rainwater. But I just mentioned during the winter months, you don't need to water as much, do you?
No, it goes into dormancy over the winter months. So you'll still water it. But the general rule, I think, when it comes to fly traps is during the summer months, keep it with water in there constantly. Always water in that saucer at the bottom. But during the winter months, what you want is for the saucer to completely dry out before you then refill it again.
And always rainwater.
Always, it really doesn't like... It's the chlorine, isn't it, in tap water? It doesn't like it. It'll kill it off.
But
which is what happened to my previous fly trap. I know better now.
Even we do kill the odd plant. Not many, I promise you.
But sometimes.
I'm always devastated if I kill a plant.
I know. Well, when they have babies, that really annoys me as well, because I have to plant the babies.
I've got about 100 spider plants at the moment.
Well, I'm not like that with aloe vera.
Yeah.
I've got loads of aloe veras, and my aloe veras are having more babies.
By the way, we have got... Over Christmas and New Year, we have got some special shows, and we actually have got a house plant show coming up, haven't we?
Yes, we have. That's the New Year's Eve one, isn't it?
Yes.
That's the New Year's Eve one.
So we have got some special shows that you'll be able to stream on YouTube over the festive season, and of course on the YouGarden website as well. Right.
Come on, let's move on.
Let us know if you're buying the Venus flytrap, though. And I do think it'd make a great, just something fun as a Christmas gift.
Yeah, it's fun and interesting. And I think was it our most popular plant over the week? I think it was
certainly
certainly up there, wasn't it? Certainly
Top 3.
It was up there. Love it.
But one of the best...
Snap. Love it.
I do as well. Right.
Snap. Sorry.
So we've been very childish today.
Stop it.
Right, one of the best buys this week. In fact, I think it is the best buy. I'm going to say it. I'm going to put it out there. Our Ceanothus, because even at $14.99 our usual price, amazing value. It's well established in a 2-litre pot. But we've got excess stock. Thankfully, a lot of that has now been cleared.
Yes.
Many orders have come in this week for this one. But if you want it at better than half price, saving £8, spending $6.99, I would grab it today. What a healthy looking plant this is.
Totally healthy looking plant. And Mum, I hope you're still watching, because in a moment you're going to see your Ceanothus on screen. This I absolutely adore, and I believe every garden should have a Ceanothus, because there's so many things it can give you. There you go.
This is Sheila's.
This is my mum and dad's Ceanothus. I took that video earlier on this year. I think it was around May time when I was visiting, and it just, look at it. It completely blew me away. I just had to do a video of it, because it's at that time of year in April and May when those pom-poms of lilac blue flowers come out. It completely covers that evergreen foliage, and it is the most standout plant in a border that you could possibly have.
They are magnificent.
Aren't they?
And the great thing is, they tend to, some plants when they flower, you might just get a few here and there, but Ceanothus, you do tend to get that carpet of colour. But they are evergreen, so bear in mind it's the 16th of December today, as you know. A week today is Christmas Eve. That's what it looks like in December.
Yeah.
So beautiful foliage, evergreen. Fairly fast growing these as well, aren't they?
They can be, yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, I've planted a couple into my borders because, you know, they're looking bare, and I want them to grow big. I want them to cover up that fence. So I'm hoping within a couple of years I'm going to get a decent sized growth on here, which you should do with your Ceanothus. If you don't want them to grow big, and by the way, you know, they can get to 5-6 feet in height. They can spread by 3 or 4 feet as well. But if you don't want them to get to that size, you can happily keep this in a pot as well, and it will restrict that growth. Your mum had one, didn't she?
My mum's was in a pot for about 8 years, and it flowered.
Morning, Carol, by the way.
Yes, morning, Mum. And she absolutely loved it in the pot, and it flowered really well there. But we dug a new border and popped it, in this new border, and it did then just really take off.
Wow, yeah.
Really, our head gardener's watching today.
Better be on best behaviour.
Yes.
Be on best behaviour.
Yes, good morning, Peter.
Good morning, sir, good morning.
Yes.
He says there's a great range on the show today. You're absolutely right. Of course there is.
There is a brilliant range. But that's good that he's on the chat, because if there are any questions we can answer...
yeah, he can answer them for us.
Peter's on the group chat. He'll answer everything. That'll keep him busy this morning. But I know that he was delighted with the price that we've got on the Ceanothus. Yeah. Loves the sunny position.
Yeah, absolutely. You're going to want it in as much sun as you can possibly give it. Part shade will be fine, but it needs a good few hours of sunshine on it in order for you to get that beautiful floriferous display on here.
And you may well get a second flourish in autumn time. Never as big as spring, but you do sometimes get
often get a second flush sort of towards the end of summer, early autumn time. This does have the Royal Horticultural Society Award of Garden Merit, as well as it being winter hardy, so has the lifetime guarantee from us. So those two things in conjunction with each other should tell you everything you need to know about this plant. The fact that it is really hardy and give you confidence to shop with us.
That really is amazing at 6.99. And don't forget, with every order, just use that code YGTV. It's the big 50 today, the big 50.
Yeah, I'm not there
Couldn't
yet.
imagine being that age.
No.
But you will get your crocus, and it's not too late to plant them. I planted them in December, and they've still come up beautifully. So it's not too late to plant them. And if you haven't got time to go outside and plant them, just put them in some pots. Get some of our compost.
Oh, yeah,
we've got some lovely pots on the show, haven't we?
Yeah, we've got loads, and the pots have been going really well these last couple of weeks. Yeah, the Diablos in particular have been a favourite, but we've got a few different options if you do need some pots. Now,
I can honestly say I have not seen hellebores anywhere as good as ours. And we were saying, we had a little conversation before the show, and Bex said the same. So we've had these in and out of our potting shed over the last 2 weeks. So they go back outside, and there's quite a lot of light outside. But over the last 2 weeks, the amount of flowers that have opened up on these hellebores has been incredible. But this variety has been grown to produce even more flowers and even more buds over a longer period of time. I mean, we counted the other day about 25, 26 on one plant.
Yeah. I mean, there's a rough count on one of these 12 centimetre pots. And just bear in mind, these are going to get bigger and better for you as well. They just keep going. It's the Christmas Carol variety, which has been bred for flower power. More flowers over a longer flowering season.
I mean, honestly, that is making me... this sounds...
Oh, you're getting emotional.
I am getting emotional.
No, I love that.
I'm trying to pick that to me is just such a beautiful hellebore, and just holding that, I feel really festive.
Yeah.
It's stunning.
I adore these, and they're called the Christmas rose because you have these gorgeous flowers. They look like a wild flower, don't they? Like a wild rose. Because they're flowering at this particular time of year, right the way through the festive season, and because of that clever breeding, they're going to keep going in January, February, and into March for you as well.
And I like the fact that there are so many varieties of hellebores nowadays, but I love the fact that this one, the flowers are a little bit more upright. Some hellebores, as you'll know, the flowers are a little bit shy and they look downwards, but these are a more upright variety as well. They're only $16.99. If you are a club member, we're still getting lots of new members joining us every week. You would get your 10% off those. You get 10% off all the plants and the compost and things. So club members, you'd be getting those for just over £5 each. Now, obviously, they are an outdoor plant and they love a shady position. You often find them around trees and things like that. But a lot of people, including myself, I keep them indoors over Christmas because they look amazing. And that is a gift. If you've still got a few gifts to buy, one of those as a Christmas gift, nicely wrapped or in a pot, would be amazing. Really would.
Yeah, and you don't need to do too much to them, to be honest with you. A little bit of tissue paper wrapped around the pot that it's in with a little bow on it. Beautiful gift for somebody.
Now, this is going to make you laugh. We were talking about poinsettias last week.
Yes, we were. We were a bit down on poinsettias.
Yeah, you were particularly down on them.
I was down on poinsettias.
So I really like poinsettias, but I know how difficult they are to keep. And most of them just get binned after... They are divas. And most do get binned after Christmas. So I think a hellebore is a far better choice. But I did buy one poinsettia this year, a white one. It was £12. So... literally, within about 2 days, I forgot... Well, I didn't know it needed watering, but I forgot to water it, and half of it literally just went...
fell on the floor.
Yeah. And it just wizened up, and I picked it up to water. It was like...
I've resisted buying a poinsettia this year. I don't need them. I've got my hellebores. That's all I need. Yeah.
So my one poinsettia is now half the size that it was. and it's just clinging in there. So they are a little bit tricky. These are a great alternative. Obviously, do plant them outside after the festive season, but these inside for a few weeks of Christmas would be fine, wouldn't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And remember, you do get 3 plants included there, so you've definitely got some well-established plants. Excellent for you to be able to give as gifts or just to have for yourself. Why not treat yourself to a Christmas present? Forget about buying other people.
I wonder if our head gardener's going to give us a few of these for Christmas. That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Are you still watching, Peter?
I've already ordered some, don't we?
So am I.
They're gorgeous. And they really are amazing.
Right,
we
have a new viewer, apparently, who has a question. Joe, good morning.
Morning, Joe.
Joe's got clay soil. Joe, I feel your pain. I have exactly the same. She's got dry... It's dry in the summer and wet in the winter.
Yeah, that's clay soil.
What can she put there?
Okay. So, first of all... Joe, I've got an area of my garden that's quite clayey, and I must admit what I've been doing is, and Bex is the same, been breaking it down, so putting some organic matter in there. We sell professional composted manure on our website. Our compost is brilliant as well, adding that to your beds and borders. But clay soil is difficult, as you know, Bex.
It is, for a few different reasons. I mean, it's fantastically nutritious.
Yeah, it is.
It really is. It's got loads of good stuff in there. But it can be really difficult to dig through. And obviously, there's a lot of plants that really just don't like it. But here is...
Yes.
Here is a recommendation for
you.
you.
Your clay soil friend.
So the Fatsia, the castor oil plant, it's fine in the majority of soil types, but it actually really doesn't mind being in clay soil either. So I've got a Fatsia at home. It's going to get planted out into the border. I haven't done it yet, but it is going to get planted out into the border, and that's because I have clay soil there. Also, it doesn't mind a bit of shade. So this one really is an excellent problem solver, whether you've got clay soil or not, or if you've just got a bit of shady area that you want to fill.
And the Fatsia looks good all year round. Again, that's what it looks like right now, the 16th of December. Beautiful. Gorgeous shiny leaves. Mine is in flower at the moment in my garden.
Yeah, and the flowers are really interesting as well, aren't they? They're quite unusual and a bit weird. I love them.
They're like little white sort of pom-poms on stalks.
Yeah, but this plant is going to grow nice and big for you as well if you want it to. Like, again, I want to cover up that fence. I want to cover up that... I mean, it's just a fence. It's boring. I want this to get big. And it will get lovely and big if you want it to. You don't have to. You can restrict the size of it if you want to. If you want to keep it in a pot, you absolutely can. But can you imagine that at 4 feet, 5 feet, 6 feet in height, with all these beautiful palm-shaped leaves on there, beautiful and glossy and just blowing in the breeze? That's going to be gorgeous. Yeah.
So that's a really good one for clay soils. So well done, Joe, for messaging in.
That one. What are you thinking?
Tell you what I'm thinking. We've got to mention these, haven't we?
Okay, yeah, let's do it.
These are just so good. We've got lots of great deals today, and thank you to everyone that has joined us this Sunday. We love being live on a Sunday, and we're always here every Sunday, 10 till 2. We're also live during the week, generally speaking, on a Wednesday and Thursday from 10 o'clock onwards as well. They're hours for January, so 10 till 1 on a Wednesday and a Thursday.
Yes. And 10 till 2 on a Sunday is what we're doing.
Yeah.
We've got loads of plans in 2024. Is that what you were about to say?
No, go on.
We've got loads of plans in January, and we're going to be on the best shopping channel in the country. So we're going to be on QVC as well, aren't we?
Yes. We're starting shows on the 6th of January. We've got some on the 6th, 7th and 8th. We'll tell you more about them near the time. But loads happening on QVC. But we'll also still be continuing with the live streaming, of course.
Yeah.
So do tell your friends and family about the show. Also, if you're not a club member, because we're getting a lot of new viewers every single show, we'll tell you about the discount club in a few moments' time, but it really is worth joining. You can save a fortune over here. But talk about saving a fortune. These bird trellis planters, these are normally £8.99 each. So to buy 2, you'd be talking the best part of £18. We've got a £3 saving today, but also it's a buy one, get one free. Yeah, honestly, so you get 2 for £5.99. What is that? £3 each. And these are delightful. We've put the hellebores in there to give you a little bit of inspiration. But actually, You could put your free crocus bulbs in here, couldn't you?
Oh, you could totally put your crocus bulbs in here if you want to. This is how they come to you, by the way. So they do come separated. You can take the trellis off or you can put it on. It just clips into the side here. But if you do just want it as a pot on its own, you can do. But we're just giving you a little serving suggestion with the hellebores in there because I think it's beautiful.
I love the finish on these because they look like an antique metal, don't they?
Yeah, I like that brushed effect that you've got on here. But what you haven't got on here is some of the downfalls of other pots, you know, the terracottas and the ceramics and all the rest of it. Well, there's the weight involved in those, isn't there? These are made of plastic, but they are UV stabilised, frost-resistant plastic. So these are designed to last you for a long time because they're not going to crack and break and, you know, split because of the changing temperatures. And also because they're plastic, it means that they are much more lightweight, which means that you can move them around your garden much easier. You can, and I like having pots for the garden because it means that you can change the look of your garden very easily by moving things around.
And I think as a Christmas gift, if you planted these up like we've done with hellebores, they look fantastic.
They really would.
They look so nice.
Look how pretty. Aren't they gorgeous?
They really are. And a
I
pair
like the trellis
for
as
$5.99.
well. It just adds that nice bit of extra interest, and you've got the robins on the top here as well, which also, you know, it fits for all year round. But obviously the robins are quite seasonal too, so you can have a little bit of a Christmas feel.
I was thinking tie a Christmas bow on there, something like that, a little bit of ribbon, make it look even more festive. But they are just a delight at $5.99. And do remember, always to use the code YGTV. Big 50 50.
Can't forget it this week.
No, can't forget the number this week. So YGTV 50. That unlocks all the promotions. It's a bit like a magic key. It unlocks all the promotions. And just to show you, look at this. So
look at that.
We put a planter in our basket, but we're getting a free one because we've used the code. Our crocus, that is our free gift today, and they're worth $9.99. That's gone in there as well. So for that order there, you can get all of that home for under £11 today. And I mentioned about the club, so there's a little reminder there, save a further 60p. Now, that doesn't seem a lot to save today, but if you put a big order together, you'll save even more. But we have got our club membership down in price right now. It's normally £20 for the year, but if you go for auto renewal, it's just £5, or a one-off membership is £10 for the year. This will give you so many benefits. So first of all, 10% off all plants and accessories. That includes our best-selling compost, by the way, as well. Also 5% off every outdoor living and gifts order. We will give you what really is the equivalent of £20 back as well, because you'll get £20 worth of YouGarden vouchers that you can use throughout the year. You get to use those on average one every 3 months, and also exclusive offers, competitions and expert advice. The only difference with the memberships, if you're thinking, well, why should I go for the green one? Should I go for the purple one? I think the auto renewal is just far better value because obviously it's £5 cheaper. But that price will never change. If you look at the small print at the bottom, the price will never go up, which is amazing. If you decide to cancel at the end of the 12 months, that would not be a problem whatsoever. We've saved a fortune joining the club, haven't we, Bex?
Well, absolutely, because every single time you place an order, you're going to get 10% off that, 5% off a few, but the majority of items 10%. So if you think about how many times you place an order for plants throughout a year,
well, we're at least one order a week minimum, aren't we?
I mean, those savings are soon going to add up. You'll pay for your membership very, very quickly, but then you will consistently be making savings throughout the year as well.
I mean, one week I'd placed about 5 or 6 orders. There's some really good stuff. And I love the free gifts, so I was a bit naughty. So I
placed lots of orders.
But I saved so much money in that week alone. And actually, if you're buying compost today, you'll save the best part of £2.50 just on your compost.
Yeah, don't forget your free gift is that crocus species mixed for this week. Oh, for today, rather.
If you spend £30 or more, very slick at this, Bex.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, she's good. It's like...
And you're Debbie McGee, you see.
Yeah, you are. But you will get free delivery on all orders over £30. But that does
showed
finish.
My age, didn't it?
It
right,
did, I was thinking
on.
that. That does finish at the end of December. we have got the most stunning rhododendron next. It's called Bollywood, and don't you think that's the perfect name for this?
It is the absolute perfect name for this because, right, I mean, if you don't Bollywood, you'd be thinking about the beautiful flowers for the rhododendron because they are some of the most showy flowers that you can get from, you know, a bush in your garden.
And we don't think of Bollywood as being dull, do we?
No, definitely not. But actually, and we'll come on to the flowers because they are stunning. They're some of the most beautiful. But actually, what I adore about this particular rhododendron is that beautiful foliage on there as well.
It's stunning, isn't it?
Well, on a rhododendron, you often get glorious, glossy, evergreen foliage on there, and it is beautiful in its own right. But to get the variegation on here, I just think is incredible. And it's not just creamy greeny foliage. You've got pinky foliage on here as well, and I just think it adds that extra drama, extra interest, and it is stunning. But let's talk about those flowers.
Yes.
Because, wow, this is what we adore rhododendrons for, isn't it?
The thing is with rhododendrons, when they flower, they really do put on a show. And they do this every single year.
I just think they look...
Wow.
They look unreal. They look like somebody stitched them together. They look like beautiful silk, glossy flowers. They just don't look real.
And that's a really vibrant colour, isn't it?
Really, really is. Proper glossy, magenta, hot pink blooms that are perfectly contrasted against that glorious foliage on there as well.
Now, we have got £15 off this today.
Yeah, and do you know what? That's a great price, and this is where, I mean, you often talk about when you buy something when it's at its most glorious. If you went into a garden centre in April, May time next year, when this is in full bloom and looking its most stunning, it will be at least $34.99. And I know I've done it myself in the past. Walk in, you go, wow, I want that, and you end up paying an absolute premium for it. Now is the time to get hold of this. Now is the time to be thinking ahead to April and May and buying yourself this gorgeous winter hardy that has its lifetime guarantee shrub from us now, so that when it comes to April and May time, you will have that display without paying the price ticket. The price ticket? The higher price ticket.
I was with you, Bex.
You know what I mean,
I know what you mean. Our viewers know what you mean.
You're with me.
Now, it does, like with the being a rhododendron, it does need an ericaceous compost.
It does indeed. And I've made that mistake in the past as well. Yeah. It'll be fine, but it won't flower as much. It'll just be a bit sorry and a bit sad. So you definitely want some ericaceous compost.
So if it's in a pot, just fill the pot with ericaceous compost. We've got it obviously on our website. If it's in a border, as you dig the hole for this to go, just put some in there. Yeah,
if you're putting it into a border, just bigger digger. Oh my God.
I hope the head gardener's not still watching, Bex.
Dig a bigger hole than you normally would and put plenty of ericaceous compost in there and it will be fine then. Bigger digger hole.
That was good.
I'm going with that.
Yeah.
Flip reverse it. Should we move on?
I have to say that I haven't ordered this yet, but I am going to. I've got a whole border of rhododendrons, I've got some camellias in there, so I've got an ericaceous border basically, but none of my rhododendrons have foliage as nice as that.
Absolutely,
they
and just
really
check
don't.
out the size of the plant, how well established and beautiful this is, okay? This is a proper established rhododendron.
Yeah.
And remember,
Stunning.
it does still have that winter hardy guarantee from us, so lifetime guarantee, not that I think you'll need to use it because they're pretty easy to grow, low maintenance, easy to care for.
By the way, if you've got any questions or you just want to say hi to myself, I'm Shaun, this is lovely Bex. We would love to hear from you. We are live today until 2 o'clock this afternoon.
We are.
But one of the best buys when it comes to cordylines right now has got to be our can-cans. I bought these about 3 months ago. And I love them, but mine are not as big as the ones that you're going to get. You're going to get 2 of these because it's a buy one, get one free at $9.99. I will be honest, when you get them home, repot them as soon as you can.
Let me pick this one up so that we can show you.
Look at these. They're huge at this price, Bex, aren't
They're very, very big.
Look at that.
I mean, I've had a cordyline for over a year now, and it's not much bigger than this one is at the moment. So these are well-established cordylines for you. This is why you need to repot it as soon as possible, because it's healthy. Look at that root structure, really decent roots on there. Go for it.
And what is amazing, the moment you put that in a pot, look at that.
But this is why I love Cordyline so much, because they give you instant impact. Like if you've got a space to fill, Cordylines do fill that space for you straight away. They really are quite showy, not in the same way that a rhododendron is with its flowers, but with that beautiful spray of foliage that comes out of the top there.
I think this particular variety, the reason I bought it, those pots, by the way, are on offer today. They're the Diablos. These have been the top-selling pots, haven't they?
Top-selling pots, yeah.
We've gone potty for these. It is. One for 11.99. So I'm laughing because every time Bex says this Cordyline, she always manages to get it right in the face.
In the face.
Luckily, it's quite soft. But we are doing a deal on these pots. Buy one for 11.99. They're normally £23 each, give or take a penny. But if you double it, you can get two for £14.99. Now, with the double-up deal, you do need to put the two in your basket.
Yep.
But what a price we've got for those. And there you go. So they go down. That's what you're going to pay if you put two in.
That's only because the code has been put in,
yes.
okay? So you have to put the code in, otherwise you'll end up paying full price for both of them. That's why that magic code is very, very important. You must always enter it. YGTV 50 this week.
I tell you, look at our saving now.
I know.
We've suddenly saved nearly £53.
It's starting to add up, isn't
and
it?
when you think you've got, it's just an example of how good our value is today, but two of the bird planters, two of the Diablos, we've got our free crocus bulbs in there.
We're going to add the Cordyline Can-Can in. So the Cordyline Can-Can is a buy one, get one free. So with a buy one, get one free, you add one into the basket, and then when you put the code in, obviously it will automatically enter the second one.
But even with all of those products in our basket, we're still only spending £30.97. And because we've tipped the basket over £30...
Yeah, no postage.
No postage, which we love.
And look, we can save some more money if we become a club member.
We can.
Add that to your basket and we can take another £4 off there. So remember that it's only cost you £5. So with one order, we've nearly paid for the club membership.
So lots
Look
of...
at that.
And what's really nice is a lot of our regulars, you've learned... Let's watch that Cordyline. You've learned how to get the best deals here on New Garden TV. Just want to talk about the Cordyline Can-Can though, because there are so many lovely varieties of Cordyline, but this has got to be one of the most spectacular because you've got so many colours in the one Cordyline.
Yeah, this is the beautiful thing about this particular one because you're getting those lovely reds and burgundies and pinks coming off there, but you're also still getting the lovely green colours coming off there as well, and it's all happening on the same plant at the same time. You do want a sunny position for your Cordylines. They do like a bit of sun, and particularly when you're talking about these different colours, if you want the vibrancy of the colour, you want some sunshine. A little bit of shade's fine, as long as it's getting a few, good few hours of sunshine in the daytime. And as they grow, they form a stalk at the bottom. So as the leaves fade, these come away, and then you get this stalk. So it almost grows into a tree shape with this spray of leaves.
And they can look magnificent.
They do look magnificent.
Now, we do regard Cordylines as hardy in the UK, but some of you, and just being honest, myself included, I did lose a couple of Cordylines last year because it was a particularly bad winter. It was a combination of long cold spells and wet spells, and some of my, just a couple, the crown did die.
Yeah.
So if it's going to be particularly cold, and we never know with climate change, I mean, we may have had the only frost we're going to get all winter. You just don't know.
Who knows?
You don't know. But just do what Bex is doing. Just tie it up if it's particularly cold and protect the crown. Could put a little fleece over there, something like that.
That's it, yeah. You don't want to do this for the entire winter at all. Do it for any cold snaps or particularly wet snaps, and then release it again. A little bit of twine around there and then release it. And then, if you need to do it again, it takes 2 minutes to do. It's not difficult. But that'll just ensure your success. But, as Shaun said, they are hardy. Winter hardy.
But do get them potted up as soon as you get them home, if they're ready for a new home. They're amazing value, and they've been one of our top sellers this week on New Garden TV, 680248. One of your favourites next.
Top 10 of my all-time plants that we have brought you here on YGTV. This Gaura is absolutely in my top 10 currently.
I'm surprised.
At some point, but I adore it.
I'd have thought top 5, really.
Well, I do like it a lot. I might actually have to make that list. But it's right up there. I do love every plant that we bring. That's my problem. But I love this one for a few different reasons. First of all, really long flowering season. It's going to start in around, normal flowering time is May through to September. You can see we've got some flowers on these, and that's because we actually gave it a haircut. We trimmed it back at the end of the flowering season, and because it's been so mild, we've got a few more flowers. You'll have noticed it yourself in your own gardens. There's a few things flowering out of season that shouldn't be.
I've got roses that are looking great.
I'm not going to complain. I quite like it. But normal flowering season is around May to September. But this just... I don't need to say anything, do I? Look at that.
I know, so pretty.
How beautiful is that? You get this lovely, tall, almost grass-like feel to what's going on with the Gaura. Nice sort of thick foliage down the bottom, but then you get these lovely, taller bits coming out the top where the flowers form. Now, those flowers don't look like flowers to me. They look like dancing butterflies that have just landed on the top of the Gaura. And as that's moving in a lovely kind of spring or summer breeze, it's just going to be, it's just delightful, isn't it?
And these are great for the middle of the border. I've got mine amongst my lavender and they seem to work really well there.
I love that. I'm going to do that. I'm going to put Gaura and lavender together.
And so easy to actually grow. Mine are in a nice sunny spot, but I did trim them out. They got a little bit leggy and straggly, so I trimmed them right back in spring, and they love that.
I bet they do. And the Royal Horticultural Society have given him their Perfect for Pollinators badge.
Right.
You can see why, can't you?
Yes.
They're going to have a great time dotting around the flowers that are on there. And it's also very drought tolerant as well. So that means if, you forget to water, this one isn't going to have a problem with that.
Now, we should say postage is included on these as well. So you get one for $9.99, two for $14.98. You will get your free bulbs with every separate order. And I hope... Well, I know you're going to plant those crocus, but do you know what I hope you do? I hope you send us some pictures in February, because we want to see them, and they will flower. I've many times planted crocus in December, and they will still flower, but we'd love you to send some pictures in as well. We'd really like that. Going to move on to our Escallonia next, our pink owl. Now again, it's the 16th of December today. This is what this looks like in the middle of winter. The price that we've got on this, even our usual price is really good at $14.99, but we've got £5 off today. And club members, you'd get that with an extra £1 off, 10%. So you get for $8.99, which is amazing.
Now, if you are looking for Christmas gifts, and we are very much fans of living Christmas gifts, aren't we?
Absolutely.
Plants as Christmas gifts is probably the best thing, I think, that you could buy, somebody who loves gardening. I think this could be a really, really good one, because what you've got is a lovely, compact, evergreen bush here that's going to be smothered in these pink flowers, and I love the shape of them. They're like panicle shapes.
Yes,
they're
they
like
are.
ice cream cone panicles, and it will be smothered in those throughout the summer months. It comes in flushes. Between June and October, you get a few flushes of those flowers that happen there, and these are some of the largest flowers that you can get from an Escallonia as well. So if you want a showy plant that somebody's going to be able to have in a pot or in a border, then this is a good one. Who was it that was asking about the barrel? Was that Degsy? I think this would look great in a half barrel. This would be
because
brilliant.
They grow very neatly.
They do.
They're compact. They're not fast growing, but they wouldn't need to be. But moderate growth.
Moderate growth. If you want to plant them out into a border, they'll get to about 4 feet height and spread. So, if you want it in a beautiful mixed border to fill some space, this would be wonderful. But as a feature plant on your patio, on your balcony, in your garden, this would be glorious.
And that is an amazing price.
Love it.
Really, it's down to £9.99 today.
We've brought you smaller. We brought you the baby pots in the kind of 9 centimetre pots, didn't we? So to get this one in the 2 litre pot at $9.99, that's very, very good. This is why it's fantastic shopping at this time of year, isn't it? Because you can really get some great prices.
I must admit, we have had some amazing deals this December.
I know.
But thank you we're really pleased that so many of you are still watching in December. And there's always jobs to do in the garden. I'm going to spend all tomorrow, I've got a day off tomorrow, and I'm going to just spend it in the garden.
Well, I think that's what I'm going to do when I get home this afternoon. We've got some stuff that we're going to do this afternoon.
It's quite sunny today as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's looking like a nice morning.
Are you going to wear the hat outside?
I will keep my hat on while I'm gardening. Why not? It's a week to Christmas Eve, everybody.
Yeah, it is.
One week.
Can't believe it, actually.
I know. What's happened to this year,
I've really enjoyed making the house look festive, and I have got my hellebores in. I've put them in a nice pot with some pine cones and things like that. I've got my half poinsettia, and I have trimmed lots of holly off. And so I've made the house look really festive. And at this time of year, it is nice to go out in the garden, pick some things, and bring them inside as well, isn't it? And we have got some great ideas actually for a few Christmas gifts, so do stay tuned. Moving on though, I've never grown this.
No, but so we brought this earlier on in the week, and I'm going to put this in the same family as the Nandina.
Yes, I agree.
Because it's a bit similar basically, and I love that.
And it looks great in the winter.
Absolutely looks fantastic in the winter. It's a stunning evergreen shrub, and what you do get is a variety of colours on the one shrub, on the one foliage. Look, as you can see, we've got the dark burgundies and there's some bright red coming through there.
And its common name there for the Leucothoe is burning love, and I can see that because those reds.
Yeah, it looks like it's on fire at the top, doesn't it? Yeah, the new growth comes through as this beautiful fresh crimson, and you get this lovely kind of arching growth to the branches. As it grows, the foliage turns that lovely kind of olive darker green, and in the spring you get clusters of flowers on here as well. They're sort of bell-shaped white flowers on there. So you do have lots of interest on this throughout the seasons. Not a massive grower. We're talking about 75 centimetres, so
again,
2-3 feet height and spread.
Ideal for a smaller garden, but great in pots.
I love that. Yeah. The black pot is beautiful, or a lighter coloured pot would be amazing because it would just give that lovely contrast. This is why choice of pot is quite important, isn't it? I used to... Any old pot? No, you have to get the right pot for the right plant, don't you? Very simple to look after. You might want to give it just a little prune back in late winter or early spring. That's going to help you to create a bushier, plant, and you want that bushy growth on here. And this is another one, I'm afraid, that does want the ericaceous compost. We've got a few of them today, which isn't a problem. You just need to make sure that you invest in some ericaceous compost, or do what Shaun's done. You've got an entire ericaceous border, haven't you?
I have.
I quite like that idea.
Just keeps them all separate and happy together.
It's nice and easy then, isn't it?
And then they kind of look after themselves when they're all together.
I like it.
But I like the sound of that one.
Yeah, I think it'd be great in a pot, and particularly because it does want that ericaceous compost. You can put the ericaceous into the pot and you're good to go.
Lovely shapes of leaves.
It's beautiful, yeah. I like the way it grows. You get that lovely, gentle, kind of arching growth on it as well.
Very tempted with that one myself.
I just imagine, it's a bit like the Nandina, the way that it's going to just sort of gently move in the breeze, and it's the sound of it as well, isn't it, that you get? I love that.
I think it is just, in fact, Peter, our head gardener, he did say to me when I was planning my garden, he said, you've got to think about interest all year round, things happening. What you don't want is the garden to look great for 2 months of the year, and that's it. Yeah. So even in December, you still want nice things happening, don't you?
Absolutely, absolutely. And I keep looking at my garden, and I know I need more interest through the winter months. Oh. And this is one that can give me that. So I'm thinking I might add this to my collection. We're hearing you keep getting the date wrong. I hadn't even noticed.
So it's the 17th today. You are so right. Who was that? Keith, thank you,
You're
Keith.
Right, Keith.
Of course it is.
I was just checking on my phone.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
Because Christmas Eve's a week today.
Thank you, Keith.
Thanks, Keith. You keep us on track, don't you?
Well done. It is the 17th.
Yes. Guaranteed Christmas delivery still, by the way.
Yeah, last day of it, I'm afraid. This is the last day we can absolutely guarantee it for you. Obviously, if you place orders after today, you might still get them, but we just can't guarantee it.
But we are guaranteeing any orders placed today will be delivered.
Yes.
If you are buying things as gifts. Now, one of the most popular plants this week, and we're really pleased with it, it's a brand new, and it's a blueberry. Sorry, I've just remembered. I brought some blueberries to work to eat. Oh. With my porridge. Well, I was going to try and be healthy, so I brought some blueberries.
Oh, and he went to the shop and bought donuts?
Yeah, so we had donuts instead.
I didn't eat a donut.
No.
Oh, it's there. I can see it. It's right there.
I really had planned on a healthy breakfast today, so I honestly brought in porridge and blueberries. But we had donuts instead. The point of the story is blueberries my intention was that blueberries are such a great fruit.
They are.
Really high in antioxidants, brilliant superfruits. But to grow them is incredibly easy. But this variety is an early cropper, isn't it?
Early cropper, yeah. This is the New Hanover, so this is an early cropper. Normal cropping time is June, July, August for your blueberries. So this being the early cropper, these are going to start earlier. These are going to start from early June time, which means that you'll be able to pick your own blueberries. And I don't know about you, but if you buy blueberries from the supermarket, I buy them and I eat them because I'm supposed to, because we know they are packed with antioxidants and they are good for you. But they don't taste very good. I eat them because I have to, not because I'm enjoying them.
I don't think they have the intense flavour of the ones you grow yourself. Also, my little punnet of blueberries today, £3.
Yeah.
And it's a small 250 gram
Yeah,
punnet.
one of those thin ones.
Yeah.
The shallow ones.
I better make sure I do eat them. I don't want to waste them.
Well, yeah, because they go off quite quickly as well. That's the other
They
thing.
do.
They go really soft very quick.
So gradient makes such sense. And these will produce big yields.
Yeah, once these get established, we are talking up to 5 kilograms per plant here. And obviously, if you go for your double up deal, we're talking 5 kilograms per plant.
So I'm doing the rough maths here. My punnet was £3 for 250 grams, so that would be £12 a kilo. If you get 5 kilos, 5 times 12, £60. And you've got 2 of them.
2 of them.
Once these are established, over your lifetime, you could save hundreds of pounds. And I always think when you grow your own, yes, the taste is fantastic, but also it's so rewarding, isn't it?
It's really rewarding, and I love doing a little bit of grow your own. I don't have a big allotment. I'm not trying to feed the entire family, but I do have a few things that are grow your own that I'm trying. I've got some garlic planted for the first time. I'm excited.
How's that doing?
Well, the sprouts.
Oh,
it's
great.
quite exciting.
Great.
Can't wait to. It takes a while for garlic, so it'll be later on next year. Strawberries, potatoes. I've got an apple tree growing. It's really, and nothing tastes as good as when you've put the work in and you've grown it yourself.
I remember
it's amazing.
As a child, my gran was really poor. She'd brought up 4 kids by herself, which in her day was quite unusual and not easy. So she really had to grow as much as she could to feed the family, and she did for her whole life. But I remember as a child going to her garden, and there were so many wonderful things that you could just pick. Yeah. And you would do that, wouldn't you? As a child, I'd just pick the strawberry and eat it straight away, and she had all sorts there. But it is a real joy to do that. You will need an ericaceous compost for these as well?
You will need an ericaceous compost for these, yes. So great for you to grow in a pot if you want to, but as we said before, if you want to grow it into a border, just dig a bigger hole than you would normally and dig plenty of ericaceous compost into that soil. They are self-fertile, so you can go for one, but they will do better in pairs.
And actually, Bex, for £3 more, you might as well double up.
You might as well.
And postage is included on those.
Yep.
I think I might buy those myself, Yes, I love blueberries. 310019 at £9.97. I have got some blueberries already, but they're a later cropper.
Right.
So
so it's great if you can mix in, and if you've already got a late crop, get an early crop, and then you'll extend that blueberry picking season.
Have you noticed the Callicarpa, by the way?
Still looks amazing.
Yeah, we've had this
for about 4 weeks, 5 weeks.
5 weeks.
Yeah.
And look at the berries. It's still covered in berries.
I'm a big fan of this one.
As we head towards Christmas, 17th of December today.
17th of December, yes.
So
17th.
Imagine this in your garden right now, maybe with some little twinkly lights over it. It would look amazing, wouldn't it?
I adore it.
How's yours doing? Because you've bought one of these,
It's
haven't you?
beautiful.
Is it?
Still the thing I'm looking out my window at. It's still the one that draws my attention. It is gorgeous, and at this time of year, this is where it really comes into its own. There's lots of interest going on with this plant because you get gorgeous foliage on here. You get beautiful little clusters of pink flowers on there. But this time of year is when it really... Oh, look at that. That's a great shot.
Yeah.
Look at how gorgeous that is. Those clusters of berries have this sheen to them as well. They're almost metallic. They're shiny. They look like little purple pearls. And they just cling to the bare branches. Now, what I want from my Callicarpa is for it to get to its full size of probably 5 or 6 feet in height.
Wow. It's
3
about 2
or 4
metres.
feet in spread. Can you imagine that? Covered in those purple berries at this time of year. And those berries appear in October time while the foliage is still there. Then the foliage drops and you're left with the bare branches and those berries on there. It's supposed to be October, November and a little bit into December, but, you know, they're still clinging on quite heavily. They're not coming off as I give it a little knock. You know, they're fine. And birds
They are actually,
these.
by the way.
The birds will adore these berries.
And they are edible
He's
for
do
humans.
It again. They don't taste very nice.
I'm wondering if they're going to grow on me.
They don't taste nice. But the birds will absolutely love you for having these in the garden. No.
I keep thinking, a bit like olives. As a child, I hated olives. Then they finally grew on me. I keep thinking, I'll get to like the berries, but no, but the birds will love them.
Yeah. And this is the profusion type of Callicarpa as well, by the way. So this one is the self-fertile one. You don't need to buy.
And just remind us, what position does it like?
Sun, sun, sun. Part shade is fine. But you want probably 4 or 5 hours worth of sun on this. If you want the berries, you need the sun.
That berry wasn't too bad, actually. Anyway,
you're slowly getting used to it.
Yeah. 510525 is your item number for that one at 16.99. Lovely to have you coming. If you just joined us, by the way, good morning. Yes, welcome to
Good morning.
You Garden Live. I'm Shaun Ryan. This is lovely Bex Edwards. If you ever want to follow us on social media, find out what we're doing in our gardens, we'll be telling you all about what's happening in 2024 with You Garden. You can follow us on social media. I'm Shaun Ryan, presenter and plant man. In fact, I put a post on.
Oh yeah, go on and have a look.
I was in pantomime on Friday night. Oh yes, I was. As an ugly sister, it was to raise money for local charities in our area.
But it's brilliant. Go and have a look.
I did have a laugh, I must admit. I really did have a laugh.
You looked great.
Well, when we say great,
I mean,
I was a perfect ugly sister.
Perfect.
Yeah. Looked about our gardens and plants and telling you what's happening on the shows. So if you'd like to follow Facebook, it's Shaun Ryan, presenter and plant man, the same on Instagram. And then Bex.
I am Rebecca Bex Edwards on Facebook, and I am Bex Edwards My Garden on Instagram. I've tried to change them to be the same. I'm confused. I don't know how to do it. I'll work it out at some point. But yes, if you want to have a little look, please come and give us a little like and follow.
And don't forget, You Garden are great with their social media as well. There's always stuff happening.
Yeah.
But the key message is for today's show: free postage on all orders over £30. That is going to finish at the end of December.
It is.
We have got some new promotions in January, but it will not be that one.
Yeah.
We do need to point that out. So
we do have to mix it up a little bit.
Yeah,
don't we?
we do. But do take advantage of that. Get some pots, get some compost, that'll get your order up today. And then also your free gift is really lovely, 40 crocuses, worth $9.99, free with every single order today. And it isn't too late to plant them, it really isn't. And you've planted how many? I planted about 500, I think you've planted more,
I don't know how
haven't you?
many crocus. Well, I've planted about 800 bulbs in total, but I can't remember how many of them were crocus. But my crocus have gone all through the lawn.
Yeah.
I've decided to do lawn drifts, so I've got crocus and daffodils. Did I put any iris in? I can't remember.
The great thing about bulbs
Definitely
is
crocus.
we always call them hidden treasure because you do forget where you plant them. I do every year.
I never know what I planted and where I planted it.
In spring, and they start to come to you like, oh yeah.
I love it. That's my favourite time, when you start seeing little bits poking up through the ground and you're like, oh.
You wait in February, you'll sort of go, oh yeah, were those free bulbs that I got from that garden show?
I'm sure I planted those.
When Bex was wearing that Santa hat. Yes! So do get your free bulbs and get them planted. It is not too late. But our best-selling product here at You Garden is our compost.
Yeah, has been for years as well. And the reason being that it gives you absolutely amazing results. Now, you might think, as I used to, well, it's just compost, isn't it? Like, it's just a bit of dirt, like it's not that important. But it is so vitally important. So please don't underestimate the importance of getting the right compost. And this, we wholeheartedly believe, is the right compost. And so do the thousands and thousands of people who over the years have written to us, have given, reviews and 5-star reviews. And honestly, people just rave about this.
Well, the average rating on our website is 4.7 out of 5. It's had thousands of views in its lifetime on various shopping channels, and obviously here on our own You Garden website. And we do give you 2 50-litre bags for $24.98. Postage is included. Some people are just chatting on the group chat about whether to join the club or not. Well, think about this. You can join the club for $5 on auto renewal, and you'd instantly save $2.50 on your compost.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Give or take a penny.
And if you think, you're going to place a couple of orders throughout the year, then you will soon make that money back, and you will open up loads of other savings and things as well.
Now, the history behind the compost is actually the compost that is used here on our nursery.
Yes.
And we broadcast from an 11-acre nursery. You saw at the beginning of the show, gorgeous nursery, 11 acres of plants. But any plants that we grow or that are potted on are all done in this compost. So it's the one that we use. And that's where we live.
That's where we are right now, just in one of those buildings. Just up there on the left, that's where we are. And Shaun and I often take a little wander down and look at the plants, don't we?
Yeah, and we're always delighted to see such high standards, rows and rows. Sometimes 500, 1,000 of the same plants.
Yeah, and the uniformity of them is what blows our mind, isn't it? It's so even and regular growth that you get.
And if any plant isn't up to scratch, then it is simply removed. There's even a quarantine area actually for naughty plants.
Quality control is, serious business here.
And we should say, if ever, because we do dispatch millions of plants over the years, but if anything isn't quite right, always let us know. We've got a great customer care team. We want to make sure every order is spot on. But we're going to go back to our compost because the recipe, as we call it for this, is incredible.
It really is. So let's talk about the texture, which is obviously made up by the ingredients, but the texture is really, really important. This lovely, light, airy texture, well composted, no great big lumps and chunks in here. Now, why is that important? Well, the roots of our plants need space. They need room to grow. You don't want the ground too heavily compacted. They need to be able to breathe as well. So if it's too heavily compacted, they're not going to be able to grow. If they spread and they grow outwards. They're able to reach for the nutrients and the water that they need in order to grow into the best possible plants. So it's all about creating this beautiful root structure. A strong root means a better plant. You can't say it more simply than that. More flowers, more fruits, better roots equals better shoots. That's the be-all and end-all of this. Now then, as I move through the compost, can you see all these little green balls as I'm moving through that compost? There's loads of them in here, just dotted around in the compost. Here you go, here's my gardener's hands for you.
You love getting your hands in it.
I love it. I love getting my hands dirty. It's great.
So that's all of your slow-release food there, fertiliser, and that will give your plants food for up to 6 months, won't it?
Yeah, it feeds them as and when they need it, which is really, really important. Obviously, we keep feeding our plants throughout the summer months, with our liquid-based fertiliser. We've got Blooming Fast here, which we highly recommend, but that's great so they can get the feed as and when they need it. We also have 3 different types of peat in here, black and white peat. It has been reduced over the years so we can try and keep up with environmental issues, and then what's been taken out has then been replaced by other key ingredients. We've got composted wood fibre in here.
You've also got lime to balance the pH and wetting agent. So it's an amazing recipe.
It is.
And we know that we really mean this, it makes you a better gardener overnight.
It does, and so many people have done their own tests. They've done their own tests.
Yes.
Where they've planted some in some other compost and some in our compost and sent us pictures, and the difference is incredible.
And we don't claim to be the cheapest, but we do claim to be the best. Having said that, when it comes to value, as I said, $24.98. Delivery is free, so there's no going to the garden centre or the big stores and having to get compost down, and quite often it's piled up really high and you've got your trolley there. It's not easy.
It's not easy.
It's not. We deliver it free of charge, so do bear that in mind. But also, with every order today, you will get your free gift worth $9.99, your crocus bulbs. So bear that in mind as well. That's a £10 free gift with every order. But also, if you are a club member, you would get $2.50 off this, more or less. So the value actually is really good now, isn't it?
We start to get very competitive, but it is very much about how good this is. Feed your plants and feed them with the best compost that you can buy, and we believe this is the best one.
10125 for our compost day. Do let us know if you're a regular, if you use our compost. We would love to hear from you. Now we've got to urgently go back to the Diablo pots. You are absolutely adoring these this week. And I'm not surprised because they're normally nearly £23 each. They look like they'd be expensive, don't they? They're down to $11.99, but we are doing a double up deal. And what's the price, Bex?
The price is $14.98.
I always forget. Your eyes are not good, are they?
He does it on purpose.
I forget.
I won't wear my glasses. No, it is a great price, $14.99 for 2. So these break down to £7.50 each.
Which is amazing.
Which is absolutely incredible when you look at how beautiful these are. They are made of plastic. I am not Wonder Woman. I am not ridiculously strong, but they're made of UV stabilised, frost-resistant plastic. So what that means is that you get a longer-lasting plant pot. It doesn't crack and break because of the changing temperatures, but it looks like one of those expensive pots. It looks like £50 worth of pot.
And I'm sorry, you would never, ever think that you could buy those for $7.50 each.
No
and
way.
That's what you're paying today. $14.99 for 2.
I love them.
They look beautiful. That shabby chic look is really in at the moment, and that's the overall look of these, that vintage age shabby chic look. But they're fully UV resistant, frost proof, Obviously, you've got the holes there already. $22.99 is our current price. And Bex, you are spot on here. Something like our standard viburnum there.
I think that looks amazing now, doesn't it?
Yeah, gorgeous.
Let me get that round so you can see the flowers on there. That is the perfect pot for the viburnum, because I think you've got a marriage of the colours going on, but what you've also got with this pot is the perfect depth for one of our standard plants. Yeah. It's the balance between the lovely lollipop at the top and the shape at the bottom. You need the depth so that it doesn't blow over in the wind.
And those Cordylines that we have, the Can-Cans, these were working out
nice.
£5 each. So £5, $7.50, $12.50. Obviously you need some compost, but look at that.
Gorgeous.
And the pot and plants cost the equivalent of $12.50 there.
The thing is, as that grows and gets taller, you can then you can anyway, but you can underplant the cordyline with some plants underneath, some bedding or your hellebores.
I was going to say, I would put 3 hellebores around there.
Yeah, that would be beautiful.
Or you could put your crocus bulbs in there.
Yeah, very nice.
3 bulbs.
So many ideas.
Yeah. They're really, I don't know when that offer finishes.
Soon, probably.
But it's really good.
Surely we'll run out of those.
And you... We're going to check when it runs out of that office. It won't be around for long at that price. Absolutely amazing. Loads of you have been going for those. Let's remind you, if you have just joined us, a very warm welcome. It is actually quite warm today.
It's nice. It's cosy in here.
I don't have to wear my gilet today.
I know, I haven't got my thermal layer on today. It's quite nice.
It's lovely to be with you here on the 17th of December.
17th.
Week before Christmas Eve. Thank you, Keith, for that. And we've got an amazing section of plants. Guaranteed Christmas delivery today as well. So if you are buying anything as gifts, you don't need to worry about that at all. And your free gift is, of course, the crocus bulbs. But let's remind you of some of the great plants we've seen so far this Super Sunday here on New Garden TV. Now, we love this one. I start to giggle just thinking about it because this is our Venus flytrap. Now, Venus flytraps are really, really on trend again. There's been a big advert on the TV featuring them. Ours is a really good variety. Now, the traps on this particular breed are up to 1 inch big in terms of their width. So really quite substantial. Obviously, it is a carnivorous plant. It feeds on insects and flies. So it has got a practical use. If you do suffer from flies in your home, particularly in the summer months, then this will help eliminate them. The way it works, it's got tiny little hairs inside the traps. The flies activate, and when they buzz in there, and they are attracted by the red and the scent, they touch the little hairs, that closes the trap, and then the trap will digest the fly. So it'll stay closed for about 10 to 12 days, then reopen, and the whole process can start again. All the care instructions are on our website, but the key thing is, nice bright room, have it standing in rainwater, particularly in the summertime. Always use rainwater, but have it standing in it rather than pouring it on top of it. But in the winter months, it will start to die back, so just water slightly less. So let the actual saucer dry out in between refilling. But all the instructions are on our website, 800 155. Great for kids, that one. Really fascinating plant and a lot of fun as well at £9.99. Ceanothus, my word. So many of you have gone for this week, and it is on offer. We've just got too much stock at the moment. Now, a lot of you have ordered already, so the stock has gone down, thankfully, but there are still a few available at £6.99. This is an absolute spring beauty. So it will flower April, May time, and you'll just get a carpet of this lilac colour. Absolutely gorgeous. It is evergreen. So once it's flowered, it still will have lovely dark green leaves, and it will have those all year round. You may well get a second flourish in autumn time as well, and will grow to 5-6 foot, loves a sunny spot. Also, you can grow it very nice in a pot. So those Diablo pots I've just shown you, it would be more than happy in those as well. But amazing value, normally nearly £15. It is on offer today at £6.99, but that is a genuine kind of clearance. It is 510 886. Then we also brought you our holly. And these are the variegated hollies, of course, so even more interesting, even more beautiful. It's the Ilex Argentina marginata at $4.99 for two, because it's a buy one, get one free on this. And these can grow really big, as you'll know, over many, many years. They can grow to several meters. They don't have to, you can keep them nicely in shape. But what is lovely at this time of year, if you've got one of these that's established, you can cut some branches off, use them to make wreaths and table decorations, things like that. But that variegated holly is absolutely gorgeous. And bear in mind, you're going to get two in the 9cm pots for just £4.99. Love those and love the price today. Extraordinary value for money. Now, I remember as a child, we had a gorgeous gardenia as a houseplant. Well, there's now a superb new variety that is for outside. It's fully hardy, it's hardy to -10, and it's the Gardenia Jasminoides Climbs. Bred to withstand really cold weather in the UK, as I said, down to -10, which is incredible. It is evergreen, so lovely glossy leaves all year round, but in the summer months, you will get these perfect white flowers. And not only do they look perfect and so pretty, the fragrance is going to be incredible. This is one of the most fragrant plants you could ever grow. I personally would grow it in pots because it is quite compact, it's relatively slow growing, so perfect for pot, but you can of course also grow these in your beds and borders. One for $12.99, but if you double up for an extra $1.99, you will get a second one of those. Been really popular this week. 510530 for the Gardenia Jasminoides Climbs there. Now, I really love our Christmas roses, our hellebores. The variety we've got today on YouGarden is a particularly good variety in terms of the amount of flowers. So it is a prolific flower, bred to grow and produce more buds, more flowers over a longer period of time. Evergreen as well, so you've got the lovely foliage. It will die down a little bit during the summer months. It is a winter flowering plant, so it will be at its best December, January, February time. And what a lot of people do, including myself, I actually have these inside over Christmas, and they'll coat for a few weeks inside, they'll be fine. Just try and keep them in a relatively coolish room, or don't put them right next to a radiator, anything like that. But they just make such a lovely Christmas show, and I think they're a far better alternative than poinsettias, which we love, but they are delicate things, the poinsettias. They really can just drop their leaves in a heartbeat if you forget to water them, overwater them, put them near a drought. But the hellebores, fantastic over Christmas. And then once Christmas has passed, put them outside in a nice shady area and they'll give you pleasure for many, many years to come. 560054 for our hellebores. And only $16.99. Now we brought you also that brand new variety of blueberries. These are early cropping. So June time, when they're fully established, you can get up to 5 kilos of blueberries per plant, which is absolutely amazing. Very easy to grow. Just do use an ericaceous compost. They will prefer that. So do buy some of that, it's on our website, but you will be getting blueberries for many, many years to come. And we are doing a special double up deal on that one as well, $9.99, or if you double up, 2 for £12.98. 310019 is your item for that. And then don't forget the Escallonia is also on offer. Now this particular variety is called Pink L, and it's a really good variety. The flowers are up to 4 times larger than other types of Escallonias. The flowers, you get masses of them, but they have that kind of conical shape, so they're lovely. When you actually see the overall shape of these, they're absolutely stunning. And I love the tones of the pink, don't you? And this Escallonia, the way it grows really neatly. You know, some plants can be a bit straggly, a bit leggy, a bit random. This has a really nice growing habitat, so a gorgeous plant for your beds, your borders. Looks really nice in pots and containers, as you can see it there. And it is fully evergreen and, of course, fully hardy here in the UK as well. 510 545. Likes a sunny spot. Will tolerate part shade as well, but available with an extra £5 off today. But we are back with our lovely Bex.
That'll be me.
That's you. Lovely Bex, you see. That's what my mum called you.
I like it.
Yes.
I might change it to be Lovely Bex. I'm fine with that.
Tell you what, we do. We do love working together, don't we?
It's fun, isn't it?
Yeah. We've known each other for years, but we've known each other for about 20 years, haven't we?
20 years.
Yeah. So we have worked together for many, many years.
I'm not bored of him yet.
We can almost finish each of the sentences, can't we?
We're getting there.
If you notice, if one of us suddenly pauses, the other one does fill it in.
It's normally me because I've forgotten the word.
Oh no, I have my moments.
Forgotten the name of something.
I have my moments as well.
That donut was lovely, by the way. Thank you very much.
But if you want to be part of the show, don't forget, we love it when you interact with us. There's lots of people in the group chat. Stu is our head of technical, and he'll put any questions or comments through to us here in our potting shed. But we've got our hydrangeas next. Now, we're going to be really blunt about this. As you know, if you've got hydrangeas, they do not look their best in December.
No.
It's not their month.
But gardening is all about forward planning, isn't it?
Of course it is.
It is all about forward planning. So hopefully as gardeners you already understand this. We are thinking about the future.
Yeah,
we are planting now, ready for those gorgeous displays that we will get next year. And that's why it's important to do your planting now so that you can get even bigger and better displays next year.
I remember planting my hydrangeas. I've got a group of them in one of my borders, and I planted them about 2 years ago. And when I put them in, and I did it this kind of year, I do remember thinking,
oh, they look
these miserable twigs. And I kind of forgot about them. And then spring came and they started to green up. And the first year, they grew quite a bit and they looked nice. But the second year, they are magnificent
This is the amazing thing about planting perennials in your garden. Okay, they take a little bit of time to establish. You get displays in the first year, of course, but then they just keep getting bigger and better. And this one, we are in love with this, aren't we?
This is a bit of a showman.
I love it when the name tells you what it's going to be. And this one definitely does. Look at that.
That is such the right name, is it? Glam rock.
I love it. Definitely. Look at the bright blue centre that goes to the purples and pinks, and then you get that lovely lime green edge to it as well. All of those colours together.
I was just thinking, being a plant breeder must be such an interesting job, and the breeding of this is incredible.
It is so good.
When you get it right, it must be absolutely so rewarding.
I love it. It's quite a newer variety. It's a sort of new take on the traditional mop head variety of hydrangea that you can get out there, but it's all about that vivid, bright colour contrast that you'll get with those flowers that are on there. Really, really unusual, incredibly stand out in any kind of border or pot that you might have this in. Different acidities in soils apparently can create different colours in there as well, which I really like. That's quite interesting. So if you are going for the double up deal, might be quite interesting to put it in different areas of the garden with different acidity levels and see what happens to those colours. July, August time, that's going to be the beautiful display that you get on here, and it will just keep it, because they're winter hardy, they're just going to keep giving you those gorgeous displays, aren't they? Year after year after year.
Now, the one thing we do know about hydrangeas, and the clue is in the name, they do like
water.
Yes, they don't like to dry. And I planted a couple in a bed that got really strong afternoon sun, and they didn't like it there because they kept drying out.
Yeah.
So I moved them to an area at the bottom of my garden. My garden's on a slight slope, so the bottom gets the water basically drains down there. And my word, they love it there because they are kept nice and moist. They don't dry out. Mine are kind of semi-shade where mine are. Seem to do really well there.
Yeah, sunshine, semi-shade. I think as long as they're not getting that scorching sun, they're going to do fairly well,
and
aren't
they're not drying out.
Yeah. No, with these, they flower on the previous year's growth. So that's quite important to know. Don't keep cutting them back because they're going to grow, otherwise you're not going to get that growth.
I was just thinking, by the way, if ever you buy a plant from us here on New Garden and it arrives and you're not sure what to do with it, our website has got really good information.
Loads of it as well, actually.
Yeah.
Like planting, aftercare advice, how
really
you
good.
prune, when to plant, all of those things. It's quite interesting.
And also we are adding a lot more online content as well. So our head gardener, Peter McDermott, myself and Bex, we are constantly filming little videos just to talk you through the plants. Some people don't like reading lots of information.
Yeah.
You might prefer to watch a video. There's a whole section that we've recently done on hedging, by the way, because obviously it's a good time to plant a hedge in the winter.
Yeah, you know all about hedges now, don't you?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I planted all my own hedges, but there's a couple on our website that I'm not
Never
as familiar with.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's lots of information. I did gem up on a
That's the
couple of
great thing about doing this job, isn't it? Because as much as we love gardening, and I think as a gardener, you're always learning.
Of course you
and
are.
we get to learn about stuff every single week. Every week there's something new, isn't there?
Yeah, there's always new varieties, there's always things happening. So it's wonderful, it really is. But if you do want to go for those hydrangeas, brand new variety, Glam Rock, 1 for £9.99, 2 for £14 and 98 pence. 510103. Now, something we've both got is coming up next.
Yeah, the pink pampas, the queen of grasses. I adore this. I cannot wait to get those beautiful, feathery pink plumes growing in my garden. It's going to be so exciting. You see lots of pampases out there. We've seen loads, haven't we? We're in Lincolnshire. There's lots of pampas grasses because they've had a bit of resurgence.
They
fell out of favour for a while. They weren't very popular.
Bit, and now, wow.
But I've not seen a pink one.
No, I haven't.
Still, I keep looking. I mean, we're sort of going past the season now, but I was looking for those pink pampases and I cannot find one. So I am so excited to have a pink pampas in my garden.
Now, when I bought these, we were doing them as a triple pack.
Yeah.
And I didn't need 3, so I gave 1 to Bex. I kept the other 2. But a lot of viewers did message and say, oh, I really want the pink pampas, but I only need 1 because these do grow big. So if you've got a really small garden, probably not for you, but they will grow, when they're fully established, 2 metres,
2.5,
even a bit more,
I mean, once those plumes get going, they can get 2.5 metres tall, which is brilliant. That's why I want it, because I've put it in the corner there so it can cover up the fence and the caravan that's parked behind it. Not that I've got a problem with caravans, I just don't want to look at it.
No.
So yeah, I really want it to grow that tall, but you need a bit of space for it to spread as well, because they can spread by about 1.5 metres, can't they? Maybe even 2 metres once they get really established.
So give them a nice big spot, sunny position. But my word, when those plumes come out, they are amazing. Now, I've got a pampas that I got from New Garden in my garden. Didn't get the pink one, which is why I bought the pink one, because I'm going to put a couple more down there. But
that picture.
I've just woken up.
I love your face in that picture. Sorry.
Because it looks squashed. Let's see it again.
Look at you, you're just happy.
Yeah, but I've just woken up as well.
I know, I like it.
Look at them eyes.
Very real.
It is real. No filter on that, I'll tell you. But, yeah, that's 2 years old.
Yeah, which is really good. And obviously, over the years, that's going to fill out, get, thicker at the bottom, get even more of those feathery plumes coming up there. And just imagine, because you planted your pink ones just a bit further down from there, haven't you?
I have.
Once you've
I've
got
a row
the
of
pink,
3 now.
When you've got the pink and those creamy white ones there as well, it's going to be stunning, Sean. And the thing is, you can dry.
I know, that's what I was going to say. No, go on, Bex.
Well, you can cut the flowers off. You can cut those feathery plumes off, and the trick is obviously do it before they go over. Sean didn't this year because he was too much enjoying them on the plant. But if you cut them before they go over, just hang them somewhere upside down. You can dry those out, and then you can use them indoors for interior design and decoration as well.
I just left it a little bit too long, and they've gone. They're still there, but they've just gone over a bit.
Yeah, do you know what? I get it. You might just want to leave them on the plant and enjoy them on the plant because they're moving in the breeze and the wind outside. It looks beautiful.
I was just amazed how big that is after 2 years.
2 years.
It's really good.
Oh,
so if you do want to go for it, you can double up, but if you just want 1, it is not a problem, £9.99. But if you want to go for 2, £14 and 98 pence, 561151. Good morning to everybody, by the way. Lovely to have your company.
Apparently it's very chatty in the chat, which
yes.
is lovely.
Good.
Which is why we're going to bring you back to our Hydrangea Glam Rock, because Alison is asking if you could put one of the hydrangeas in ericaceous. I mean, it doesn't want ericaceous.
Doesn't need it, no.
Doesn't need it.
What she wants to know?
Maybe she's planting it in an ericaceous border, or... Is it going to do any damage to the plant if you put it in an acid soil?
I've never grown it in ericaceous. Might change the colour.
Well, I mean, the thing is with it, it does say, because I've not grown it, it's a newer variety, so I've not grown it, full disclosure, but the information does say that you change the acidity levels of the soil, you will change the colours.
Yeah, be interested to see what happens.
I think it'd be very interesting to see what happens.
Yeah.
I don't think it'll kill it.
No, it shouldn't do. Well, it wouldn't. But I'd love to see if it changed the colour. Yeah.
Yeah. I think you should try it.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to put one in normal.
One in normal compost and one in ericaceous acid soil.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you should try it. I'm going to say yes.
They have got a lifetime guarantee, so if it doesn't work, just let us know.
Just tell them Bex said I could do it.
Yes, exactly. Blame it
on me, it'll be absolutely fine.
Yeah.
Well, no, I was just thinking about it, because I've grown other things in and around ericaceous compost and that didn't need it, and they've been absolutely fine. So
I mean, I
think you'll be fine.
I've got a whole border that's ericaceous, but I do put a few things there
that aren't ericaceous.
Yeah, bedding plants and things.
You'll be fine, Alison. Go
see how
for
it goes.
And if it doesn't work, tell them Bex told you to do it.
Lavender, by the way. We have got a brilliant deal on lavender as well, which is a buy one, get one free at just £3.99.
I know. Look, this has been here for a few weeks now. It was one of our previous amazing bestsellers, and you can totally see why when you've got a £3.99 price point and a buy one, get one free. So we have kept this deal running, and I do think that you should have lavender in your garden. If you don't have any lavender already, this is the time to get hold of this, because it is at a phenomenal deal for you. And if you've already got some lavender in your garden, you can always do with a little bit more. Also, if you just need to get your basket over that £30 mark, this is a great one to put into your basket, because you'll knock any of the postage off and you'll get two amazingly floriferous plants for your garden. I'm a big fan of lavender. I've got a border of it down the side of my driveway. So a bit like this display that you can see here, just one side of the driveway is a whole line of lavender. And for about 7 years now that it's been there, every single year, without fail, I get this gorgeous display that happens.
And when you look at that pathway, that will be just a joy. Imagine walking down there, and the fragrance is going to be incredible. And this was yours, wasn't it, this summer?
Yeah, this was just earlier on this year, in actual fact. And the reason I did this video was to try and show, and I mean, you just can't pick it up, unfortunately, but how many bees and butterflies were flitting around in that lavender. It's humming with life, and that is what I really enjoy about having lavender in my garden. Obviously, it flowers constantly, right the way from June through to September time, but it is very much about inviting all of those beneficial pollinators into the garden. You know, doing my job, doing my bit, keeping the bees alive. It's very, very important to do. But it's so easy to look after as well. You know, you plant it, it's drought tolerant. You don't have to constantly be out there watering it all the time. In fact, I pretty much ignore the lavender until the end of the season when the flowers have gone over, and then I take the shears to it and give it a nice little haircut. That's how it stays nice and bushy.
Now, that's my front formal garden, and the lavender there is 3 years old. That's what it looked like as it was just coming out in summer. And these were really small plants to start with, but they have now filled up the entire border. And like yours, Bex, it was just a party for the bees and butterflies. It was wonderful to look at.
They have a wonderful time in there.
Yeah.
And this being the Hidcup variety, so the English lavender, we both said we find this one a little bit easier than other varieties.
Yeah, I found it easier than French. I did lose a couple of French lavenders, but the English have done great. Just like ideally full sun and a well-drained soil. It will survive in poor soil. It'll be fine in poor soil. It just doesn't like to be in really wet, cold soil.
Oh, it smells so good. I mean, even without the flowers on there, the lavender scent that I'm getting from that is absolutely amazing. So if you love the smell of lavender, then you definitely need to have this in your garden.
And they are great in pots, they really are.
Wonderful, yeah. You don't need to put them into borders. You don't need to create a line like this. 1 or 2 of these in your garden will be amazing.
So I keep thinking about the hydrangea, wondering what colour it would go in an acid soil.
I know, I'm
it would change
so
it.
interested. It would change it.
It would change it, yeah, definitely. But hydrangeas will cope with all different types of soil, but it would probably change the colour.
Yeah, because as long as it's free draining, hydrangeas are fine in all different types of soil, aren't they? So, Alison, go for it.
But it would.
Philip's apparently backing us up.
Yeah, it would change the colour, but I don't know what to. We'll have to try it.
Yeah, I might have to. He thinks it might go blue, apparently.
Yeah. It should be interesting to see what it does.
I feel like I want to do that test.
I do now as well.
I feel like I want to put those in a pot each, one in ericaceous and one in the other, and see what happens to it.
Anyway, the lavender is buy one get one free, 5, 10, 319. That's $3.99 for 2 there. Just quickly as well, we have got the Mexican line back. Now, this will need to be inside over the winter.
Yeah, you do need to look after it over the winter time. So a cool conservatory, an unheated greenhouse, you know, something like that is going to be absolutely fine. What you don't want to do is stick it next to a radiator. But yes.
Well, actually, Bex, let's just caveat that.
Go on.
It'd be fine in your house next to the radiator because they're never on.
Hour in the morning, hour in the evening. That's
okay,
it.
fair enough.
That's it.
That's all we're allowed.
No, I lie.
Bex's two
really
young
cold,
boys, they're wrapped up well. 3 jumpers.
They don't feel the cold.
Do they not?
No, they're not bothered. To be honest, it's only me. So my husband's fine. He doesn't feel the cold, and the boys don't feel it. It's only me.
Really, bless you.
So I just put 3 layers on. It's fine. I don't mind.
But anyway, if you actually have got your heating on, don't put these near it.
Yeah, listen, so you do need to protect it from frost. So you'll bring it indoors or under cover. We are talking, just unheated, as I say, unheated greenhouse, and don't put it right next to a radiator or anything. A cooler room would be great.
But we will get proper limes.
You get proper limes. You'll get proper full-size limes from this, and that I think is so exciting. You'll take these outside for the summer months so that they can get the advantage of the sunshine and the light throughout the summer, and then you're just going to put them under cover for the winter months. And around March, April time, you will get some really highly scented, beautiful, sweet blossom on there, inviting again all of those pollinators into the garden. And then you will also be able to grow your full-size limes on here. Anything grow your own. I love that idea. I haven't got limes growing. I am growing apples. I can't wait to go out and pick apples off the tree. That's going to be really, really exciting. And you might want to use the limes in your Mexican cooking, or you might want to use it for, in your drinks and things like that.
I've just had it's nearly finished, just had a conservatory built, and it is nearly finished.
Perfect.
That's what I'm planning. I'm just planning on filling it with plants, unusual plants.
Yeah, get yourself some citrus, get yourself some lemons, get yourself some limes in there. There's going to be so many things you can grow in there.
Yeah, I'm very excited about it. But we are doing a double up deal, 2 for $14.90 out of 1 for $9.99. Postage is included.
Weird and wonderful.
Yes.
Here we go. Love a bit of weird and wonderful.
Now, I had one of these in my last garden, and it never flowered. And I realised that it was not getting enough sun, because it was in semi-shade. Didn't get a lot of sun, and this needs sun, doesn't it?
It needs
sun.
I
wish I'd moved it now into a sunny spot.
Yeah, so it's a native of Chile, which should tell you everything that you need to know as far as its placement is concerned. Yes, you do need to put it in the sunniest spot that you can possibly put it in, because that way you will get those amazing flowers on here, which is just incredible, out of this world, completely unusual, and a real feature in your garden.
Yeah, they are just absolutely mind-blowing, aren't they?
I think it looks like an alien has brought it down.
A nice alien there.
A lovely alien. Of course.
And if you've got a Mediterranean area, I've got an area of palms and grasses and things like that, I think it would fit beautifully with those.
I do, yeah. It feels very tropical, doesn't it? It feels very unusual. It definitely gives you sort of a holiday vibe going on. It almost looks like a grass as well.
Yeah.
It's not a grass, but with the foliage that you get on here, which is evergreen, by the way, it definitely fits in with that grass theme that you can have as well.
And you will get little offsets, little babies on this one.
You will. You can propagate from it. So once you've got one of these, if you want to, you should never really have to get another one, because it'll keep having babies for you.
Well, I'd meant to order this the other day, actually, I didn't, so I'm going to order that with my Sunday order today, and I'm determined to get it to flower, and I will put it in a really sunny position. I know exactly where that can go in my garden.
Hot tub orders, absolutely fine. Don't worry about it. You'll be able to, and it's drought tolerant as well, by the way. So if you forget to water it occasionally, not an issue. 560-100 for the bromeliad there, which is, I think, one of the most unusual plants we've had actually in the last few months here. I love it when we get the weird and wonderful.
Yeah, I do as well.
I like the unusual ones.
But can I say thank you to everyone that's ordering. Don't forget, we have got, just a quick reminder, free postage when you spend over £30. Also, there is a special code to use, which is YGTV. There you go, thanks, Bex. 50. And that will give you your free crocus bulbs worth £9.99. But also, any of the offers that are currently running, it unlocks those. So if it's a buy one, get one free, something like that, double up deals, any of the promotions, it just activates them. So always put your code in before you check out. 560-100 though for the bromeliad there, the bicolor, which is fully hardy. Salix is next. We like this one.
The weeping willow.
Yeah.
Yes, I really do adore this one. You can see those buds that are on there. Now those are getting ready to pop into these gorgeous catkins that you can see here. It's going to be one of the most tactile plants in your garden. Once those, look at the fuzzy yellow edges to them as well. You will not be able to walk past this plant without giving it a little stroke and a little rub because they are so furry and beautiful. You do obviously get all the foliage that comes on here as well, but those catkins I think is the most interesting bit that you're going to get first off. You know, that's going to come in April, May time, and then you'll get that gorgeous canopy, the waterfall of foliage on here. It is a grafted into a standard shape here, so we are not talking about those weeping willows that you'll see on the riverbanks and things that are, you know, massive size.
It won't grow anything like that size.
No, we are only talking about 1.5 metre height. What am I? I'm just under 1 metre and I'm just over 1.5 metres, so about 165, I think I am.
I'm sure I'm getting shorter.
You are.
Or is it just your hat?
It's gravity.
If I stand forward, I look a lot bigger there now, Bex.
Shall I go back a bit for you?
That's better.
There you go.
That's a lot better, isn't it? Yeah. No, that works, doesn't it? Yeah, you just stay back there, Bex. I look nice and tall. I'm normally quite a few inches tall. Is it your hat? It's your hat, isn't it?
It's the hat.
Yeah.
Anyway. This won't get ridiculously tall. We are really talking about roughly 1.5 metres in height. But do remember, it is a willow, so it does want water. It likes water. So you will need to make sure you keep this watered. But I do think that this is going to be a proper, beautiful feature tree to have in a pot.
I had one of these in my last garden by a water feature that used to overflow a bit. So it loved, when it was windy, it would constantly be wet. But I do think, for smaller garden, they're quite adorable, and as you said, great in pots as well.
Well, yeah, because in a smaller garden, this will be a real feature,
won't
it? It'll be a real standout. Or maybe if you've got one of those like circular bits in the middle of the lawn, that would be a nice little feature in the middle, wouldn't it?
But they are magnificent when the catkins come out. I love that. They really are. And it's 510-326 at 16.99. Now, You Garden, our tagline is gardening for everyone. And we have got plants for everyone. All types of gardens, all levels of experience as well. But something we are really good at, bare root roses. Yeah. Really good, particularly in terms of our value. We have got on today's show 4 bare root roses, standards, 4, which are normally $19.99 each, 4 under £30. They work out £7.50 each, £7.49 each.
The saving on this one is the biggest saving of anything that we've brought for a very long time, in actual fact. Now, I have these in my garden and I adore them. They were just like this when I got them. I planted them, I'm sure I planted them in around January or February time. I'm sure that's when I actually put them into the pots. So just this year, January, February time, I planted them in pots, and that was the display that I was getting from these.
In the very first year?
In the very first year. So that's just one of them outside the front of my house. Look at how many clusters of flowers you've got on there, but also check out how many buds are waiting to bloom. This just kept going all the way through the summer months, wave upon wave upon wave of gorgeous clusters of roses on there. And you get all 4 colours included in this particular deal.
Now, I mentioned earlier that on our website, there's great information about all the plants, where to plant them, care, lots of tips in terms of how to care for them. But also, we are constantly uploading videos as well. So if you ever buy something and you think, oh, I'm not sure what to do with it, there will be videos on there. Our head gardener does some of those, Peter McDermott, I do some, Bex does as well. And I've actually got one for you right now, which is me, I believe. Yes, it is. I remember filming it a little while ago, just to show you all of the extra information that is available for the Rose Patio Standard Collection. Do you know, my mum bought these many years ago, actually, from Yew Garden, and they have been delightful every single year. Now, these are called standard roses. There is absolutely nothing standard about them. And by that, I mean they are going to be beautiful. Now, they're called standard roses because you've got a large head on a long stem. And actually a lot of work's gone into grafting these. It can take up to 3 years. It's quite a science, but the flower heads have been grafted onto these tall stems. And every single summer, you are going to get these balls of colour and, of course, of fragrance as well. They look beautiful. They look great in beds and borders, but to be honest, I think they look their very best in pots. Now, they arrive as a berry, and I always say with a berry, and I'm just being totally honest, they never look particularly attractive when you first get. They don't, you know. Don't worry about it, because I promise you, these will grow into something truly, truly beautiful. So when you get them at home, you need to give them a good soak. So make sure that root ball is given a really good soak. If you're planting them in pots, use a really good compost. Cannot recommend ours highly enough. It's on our website, our professional premium compost. But what I would also do, just to get the root system off to the best start, I would mix in a little sprinkling of root grow mycorrhizal. Again, it's on the website. Or some blood, fish and bone. They do like a sunny position. They will tolerate partial sun, but the sunnier, the better. And just let them, in springtime, let them shoot, let them produce those flowers, and you will have these displays year after year after year. Now, you actually get 4 different varieties as well. We all do an amazing price on these as well. The first one here is, you're looking at it right now, this gorgeous red, and this is a classic red rose. There's the white. The white is just simple, elegant. I always think white just adds that real simple look to your garden. Always elegant. The pink is gorgeous. This to me is a perfect pink rose. And then last but by no means least, that is gorgeous. That is, of course, the yellow. That does produce really large yellow flowers. These will flower all summer long. We normally say through to October, but I'll be honest, nowadays, with climate change, with the way that the weather's so odd, you know, I've had roses flowering even actually early December. Not masses of roses, but you can even get flowers as late as November, even into December, depending on where you live. Pruning wise, what I always say is use some really good sharp secateurs. Don't use anything blunt, because that could damage the stems. It could potentially allow disease to get in there. So make sure you use really good sharp secateurs. I normally mostly prune early springtime, but you can take off if there's any bits that kind of making the rose look a bit uneven, any dead wood, you could obviously prune from August onwards, but I tend to do most of mine early spring. But honestly, the value that you get with these standard roses here on Yew Garden is incredible. You get all 4. If you plant them in pots, what I like to do in summertime is just put some summer bedding around the base, things that like a bit of partial shade, because obviously the head of the rose will create a bit of shade. So I've put things like begonias, busy lizzies. In the winter time, you might want to just put some winter bedding, some bulbs in there as well. But they are amazing, aren't they? And I think to get the roses as standards just can look spectacular. You might even want to do, a row of these down by the side of a pathway, something like that. You might want to have them in beds and borders to create a little bit more of a formal setting, but they work really well in pots. Beautiful collection. I cannot recommend them highly enough. And I know they're going to bring you joy for many, many years to come. And an amazing deal here, of course, on Yew Garden. Hello, welcome back. So that was just one of the online videos that we've got, and we are uploading new ones all the time. I think it was nice to see the actual standard roses spread out as well, so you really appreciate what you're getting.
Yeah, I mean, they all come wrapped for you like this. They are labelled so that you know which is which. But the thing I want you to remember about the standards is that there is a lot of work, a lot of care and attention that goes into this. Grafting onto these lovely straight stems, that is not an easy process. It takes the breeders and the growers and the clever people a full 3 years to create these. So this is not a quick and easy process. So to be able to get these with the big saving that you can see on your screen, This is an amazing price that's going to give you that kind of display for many, many years to come. And remember, that is year one.
And you get all 4 colours, the red, the yellow, the pink and the white. Now, you can put them in your borders. However, we think they look their best in pots. And we have got the amazing Diablo pots, 2 for $14.99. They're normally nearly £23 each. Loads of you going for these. I think the offer is going to finish very shortly. So if you do want that double up deal, you do need to be super quick on those.
Yeah, and I love these. They look beautiful. They look top end. They look very expensive. But obviously with the deal that you're getting today, they really, really aren't. They look like they've got that gorgeous stone base, that metal, that kind of hammered or patinaed metal finish at the top here. They definitely look like you spent more than £7.50 on each of these if you're going for the double up deal.
They are incredible, aren't they?
They really are. I think they're beautiful. And remember, if you are going for them with the standards, whether that's the rose standards or the viburnum or the holly standards that we've got on the show, this is really good because of the depth of this pot. You need the balance between the top of the standard and here so that it doesn't keep blowing over. So
if you are buying the roses, get yourself 4 pots.
Yeah.
Because you're actually
a lot more.
We're saving £50 on the roses, aren't you? So even if you buy 4 pots, you'd still be saving 20, and it's like getting your pots for free. So amazing value on those, but they are selling really, really well. Just put your code in, don't forget YGTV50. That is a code for today's show, the 17th of December, 1 week before Christmas Eve, of course.
Yes.
But we're going to go back to the absolute favourites of the show, and I'm going to start with the hellebores. These are just so beautiful, aren't they?
I'm in love with the hellebores. That's why I bought them. That's why we both bought them, isn't it? I mean, the fact that we have bought them.
Honestly, the displays, I've got them inside at the moment and they look really good. I've just put them in pots with pine cones and things like that and they look so festive.
They really do. You know, they're called the Christmas rose because they are in flower right now, and this particular variety has been bred to be more floriferous. It's been bred to give you flower power. There are so many buds on there, and that's part of the breeding. Also to flower for a longer period of time. So right the way through this festive period, all the way through January, February and into March, when there aren't a huge amount of things that are in flower. These are an early source of pollen for those beneficial pollinators too. Plus they are evergreen, and do you know what? They don't mind a bit of shade either.
No, not at all.
Which is great, isn't it?
I've got mine around my eucalyptus tree.
Yeah.
And it's it's the toughest life there, believe me.
Tough life.
That eucalyptus zaps everything out of the soil, but no, they do really well.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. They are winter hardy, so they have our lifetime guarantee. If they fail to thrive, you just need to let us know and we will replace them for you free of charge. But I don't think you'll need to worry about these.
But if you're thinking what to put on your Christmas table, just put a couple of these in some nice pots. If you haven't got pots, even just wrap some festive paper around them or something like that.
Yeah, a little bit of tissue paper, a little ribbon around them. They really do give a beautiful festive display.
And we have got today, don't forget, guaranteed Christmas delivery as well. So if you are buying anything from the show as gifts, we are guaranteeing Christmas delivery today. So do bear that in mind. Lots of orders coming in. Now, one of the other really popular items today is our Ceanothus, and we've massively reduced the price on this one to $6.99.
Yeah. Now, there is nothing wrong with this. I can't imagine we will ever do this again. I think it's because we have a surplus stock. We ordered...
Yes.
Was it somebody ordered too many, basically? So we've just got a few extra, so we really have brought the price down on this. A deal on this would normally be $12.99 or maybe $9.99, never $6.99 for a big, well-established Ceanothus. This is a popular plant. It's popular for so many reasons, but the biggest one is in April and May time, when things are starting to open, they're starting to flower. This one is the biggest draw. This is the one that really draws your attention. It delights you when you see this. I remember going for my dog walks around April and May time, and I'm walking all the way around, you know, the place where I live, and it was the Ceanothus. Yeah. That was the one that I was looking at in everybody's garden because it really does draw your attention.
And my next door neighbour where I used to live, bless him, there's a lovely gentleman called Bill, and we'd chat for hours over it. We had a little stone wall dividing us. But I was trying to work out why I've never had a Ceanothus, and it's because he had a gorgeous one. And I got all the benefit because it just towered above the stone wall. It was beautiful. beautiful. It's fabulous. But I actually have got a Ceanothus now. I bought one last week, and I just can't wait to see it grow. And they are actually quite fast growing as well, aren't they?
They are. So this one that we're showing you here, I did that video earlier on in the year at my mum and dad's house. Excuse me. My dad was telling me that he thinks that that's about 4 years old. And it was bought as a young one, as a small one, and it really has filled out in that beautiful mixed border there.
And do bear in mind, it is evergreen, so it's not going to look miserable in the winter. It will still have lovely dark green foliage, but in springtime, as Bex has said, it is magnificent. You do sometimes get a second flourish of flowers in autumn as well.
Yeah, around September, October time, you can get a second flush of the flowers there. It's never quite as big as in the springtime, but you do get, most of them, a second flush on there. So that's really interesting.
And this one will be very happy in a pot. My mum had one in I'd say about a 35 centimetre pot, 40 centimetres for many, many years. I think the general rule is most plants will be happy in pots. Just always make sure they get enough feed. So do feed them in summer, and you sometimes change the top of the compost, don't you?
Yeah, I do a little bit with it, particularly with my aces. I need to do it next year actually. You take I think it's called top dressing, isn't it? So you take out, good few inches of the top, and then replace it with fresh stuff, and that helps to get more nutrients back into the compost.
But that would be more than happy in a pot for many, many years. 510886 for the Ceanothus. Amazing deal. We have massively reduced the price, and it has been one of the top sellers this week, and I'm not surprised. A lot of the stock has now gone, actually. So yes, that is absolutely fine in a pot.
Yes. I've got some to show you in a minute.
Oh.
Carrying them around with me.
Yes.
That's probably not for you, Ceanothus, but anyway.
None.
Shall we talk about one of the favourites? I love this one.
It's just a little bit different, isn't it? To have a carnivorous plant.
Yeah.
Not everyone's cup of tea, but
I like it.
I think kids particularly, if you've got children, grandchildren, nieces, nephews, I think this is a great plant to get them into gardening. Because it's got a real story to it, hasn't it?
It's just interesting. Yes, this is your insect-eating carnivorous plant. This is going to eat all the stray flies and things buzzing around in your home. It's an indoor plant. We're not saying you should plant this outdoors. This is going to sit on a lovely, sort of semi-sunny windowsill for you.
Nice bright spot.
Snap, snap, snap. It's going to, I will show you the video, but as the flies and things are buzzing around, they will land inside those traps there because they emit a scent, don't they?
Yes, and also the red attracts them, I believe, as well.
Exactly, yeah, the colours attract them, and it also emits this scent that makes the flies and things think that it's a flower. So the fly is buzzing around. If it hits inside that trap 2 or 3 times, the trap will then snap closed. The more the insect wriggles, the tighter the trap shuts. Then it's going to start digesting that insect, and it stays shut for about 10 or 12 days whilst it goes through that digesting process. And that's where it gets all its feed and its goodness from.
So never feed this. Normally we say, use your blooming fast. Not on this one. Definitely not. Also, it doesn't like being watered from the top, and it doesn't like tap water. It loves rainwater.
Yes, so don't do what I did, because I did get one of these many years ago, and I obviously didn't do my research, and we no longer have it. But I am going to get it again, because I think my little son would absolutely adore this. I think he would find this fascinating, and now I know a bit more about it, I might be able to keep it alive.
Yeah, so all the instructions are on our website, but it basically likes to be sitting in a saucer of rainwater. In summer, have it constantly sitting in rainwater. Snap. In winter time, then just wait for the rainwater to all be used and let the saucer go dry before refilling it. Also, what we're doing there, activating the traps.
Yeah, don't do it.
No.
We're just doing it for demonstration purposes so that you can see that, because obviously if you activate the trap and make it close like that, it is using energy because it thinks that there's food there, so it's going to use energy, but it's not going to replenish any of that energy. No. So it's really important you don't do that.
If you did that with all of them, it would pretty much exhaust itself quite quickly.
So it's going to be hard for the kids, but they need to learn not to do it.
Let them do one maybe, and that's it.
And then that's it.
But if you have got a problem with insects and flies, I know you don't get many at this time of year, but in summer that'd be brilliant. A really great natural way of keeping the number of flies
It's
down.
A great little gift, because as you know, there's a whole advertising thing with that at the moment, isn't there? One of the major supermarkets, isn't there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're really popular, and guaranteed Christmas delivery on that as well. Don't forget, just £9.99. But we're particularly proud of the size of our plants, but also the size of the traps. It's a jumbo one, so you get big traps on this one.
Yeah, about an inch across, or at least an inch across, the traps can get to. And just, I mean, look how many traps there are on that plant. There's loads of them.
A lot of other varieties are a lot not as dramatic looking as that.
No.
Smaller traps, bit less significance to them. That is a powerful looking plant, isn't it?
It is.
Beware flies, that's all I will say. Beware flies.
Snappy's going to get you.
Yes. Thank you to everyone that's ordered our gardenia today as well, by the way, because these are absolutely stunning. It's one of the world's first hardy gardenias. The Jasminoid climbs there. It's a double up deal, one for $12.99, but to get a second one for $1.99.
Yeah, I mean, you can double up on this, $1.99. And again, if you're looking for a Christmas present, this is a great one because, you know, you could buy two of these. You've got two Christmas presents and it's going to cost you £7.50 each, basically. Or you get one for yourself and you've spent £2 on a present for somebody else and they will think that you've spent way more than that. It's a really beautifully established plant as well that is going to absolutely delight. It is going to give you glorious, glossy, evergreen leaves. So there's something to look at this plant all year round, but it's really in the summer months where this is going to just give you so much joy.
And don't forget, only a week to go and the days are getting longer.
Yay!
But I'm looking forward to Christmas and I'm kind of celebrating. I like the run up to Christmas and New Year. But I also, in the back of my mind, I can't wait for spring and summer.
Can't wait.
No.
Absolutely can't wait for things to start popping out the ground, for the flowers to start coming through. And that's what you will get with your gardenia. Around June time, these flowers, beautiful waxy white flowers on here, will come alive for you. June, July, August, September. And it's the fragrance that you get from these flowers, which is just the most incredible fragrance that you get. It does prefer an ericaceous compost, so you are going to want to look into getting some ericaceous for you. And it likes a moist but well-drained soil, as most plants do, to be honest with you. It is one of the most popular dwarf evergreen shrubs in the UK, and you can keep it outside. Gardenias we traditionally know as being indoor plants that have a heavenly fragrance, but this is the world's first hardy gardenia down to -10.
Wow. An amazing value if you go for two.
I know, for two, it is brilliant.
Now, you've been holding on to these pot specs.
I know, I'm hiding them. Right.
Now, these are on offer today as well. You get 3 for £6.97. It works out £2.32 a pot, something ridiculous like that. And you get 3 lovely colours. You get a green, you get a pink, and you get the purple as well. Right. Really nicely designed. What are they normally?
£7.99 is the sticker on the bottom there.
So they've obviously sold for that.
That's the price they've sold for previously.
As an individual.
As individuals, indeed. But there is no choice of colour here. You get all 3 of these included, and there are so many things that are going to work in here. So, I mean, your hellebores for starters, they're going to look great in here.
And you'd really only need one in there.
Only one, yeah.
Easily fill that out.
I mean, your gardenia, it's going to grow to around 2 feet height, 2 feet spread. So it could live in there for a short while. I'd probably pot it on at some point. That would look amazing.
I think the Ceanothus is too big for it.
I think it's too big. Yeah. I'm just going to grab one thing from over here.
It'd be all right in there for a year or so, but I'd get a bigger pot for that. I'm
going for the Callicarpa. I've broken the pot. Ignore that broken pot. Sorry.
Apologies, we knocked it over earlier.
But look at that Callicarpa in there. Now, Callicarpa again can grow big, but I'm just thinking as a temporary home, or even if you're giving it to somebody as a gift, you could plant it in there beautifully. It'll live in there for a little while, but you might want to pot it on and put it somewhere else. Yeah. That is gorgeous in there as well.
They're great value, these, aren't they?
They really are.
And actually, you might just want to buy the pots and the hellebores, because you get 3 hellebores, and then just put your crocus bulbs in there as well. Your free bulbs, don't forget, with every order today.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's a couple more ideas.
It's amazing what a difference a pot makes, isn't it?
Got a bromeliad here. You could keep the bromeliad in one of these pots. I've got the
actually, because when that flowers with a purple, it'd look amazing. Yeah. The red, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Oh, there's so much you can do, and your choice of pot really does make a big difference, doesn't it?
And a lot of us now have gardens that are mostly pots. I like pots because you can, if something isn't looking its best, you can just shove the pot somewhere where you don't see it as much. I've got some canna lilies that I've had for years, and They look.
Never had success with canna
Have you not?
Never. I don't know what I do to them. Never had success with them.
Do you grow in pots?
I do it wrong, obviously. Yeah.
I'll give you some of mine because I've got loads.
Have you?
I really have.
Okay, good.
And mine, I don't know if it's a particular variety, but they just, yeah.
You seem to do well with them.
Yeah.
I don't know what I've done to mine.
They're in pots, but they only look good for about 2 months.
Right.
And then the flowers, once the seeds form, they get too heavy and the stems break and the leaves start looking a bit straggly. So I always have them right on display when they're in flower, but when they go over, I just move the pots.
That's the great thing about having pots.
Yeah.
So I've got my borders, I'm working on my borders, they need a bit more work. But I love having pots because it means that I can change the look and the feel of my garden depending on what is looking good, and you can just move the good things out or move the good things in or the bad things out.
And they're just so easy to empty and to redo as well.
I've got this one. I've got the Prisma planter. I've got the green one, and I bought 3 hostas.
Yes,
so
I remember.
I've got the 3 hostas in mine throughout the summer months. And they looked absolutely beautiful.
Now, one of the reasons why Bex hostas, in fact, the main reason why they look so good this year, because I remember seeing them.
Yeah, they look really good.
They looked really good. But you used Strewch,
I
didn't you?
used Strewch,
Yes.
absolutely. And this stuff is just amazing. So I previously tried to grow a hosta, put it in the border. Thought, yeah, I love hosta. They're luscious and their foliage is amazing. Within 2 days, the whole thing was gone.
Yep.
The slugs and the snails had a party. They really did enjoy my hosta. It was a great little buffet for them. It was gone within 2 days. So I tried again once I learnt about Strewch, because this is a really lovely way of keeping the slugs and the snails away. It doesn't harm them. It doesn't damage them. There's no poisons. There's no pellets. There's nothing nasty in there at all. It's just got something in it that they don't like. They don't like slithering over it. So I topped my pots with the Strewch and my hostas survived. They survived the whole summer, and it's because of this stuff.
And I remember getting an email sent from a gentleman who was hosta mad, and he had about 150 hostas in pots.
Yeah, all in pots.
Yeah, and you start to use Strewch, and he said all of them were the best that he'd ever seen.
That's how good it is.
But it isn't just for deterring your slugs and your snails. Many other benefits of this one.
Yeah, well, this is the beautiful thing about it. I love something that has multiple benefits, don't you? So it can reduce the weed growth. Yeah, so you'll go around your weed, and then you'll put this down, and it helps to suppress those weeds. It retains the moisture as well. It helps to keep the moisture in the plant. You can improve the structure of your soil with it as well. It stays active for up to 2 years. After that time, you dig it through your soil, particularly if you've got clay soil.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
It'll help to break that clay soil down. But it also works brilliantly as a mulch, and this might be the reason that you go for it right now, more than the slugs and snails. We haven't got many slugs and snails in the garden at the moment, have we? But maybe it's the mulching that you're doing right now, ready for the colder months to come in January and February time.
It does get great reviews, this one, on our website as well.
Amazing.
Free delivery, postage is included, and we have got the 9 kilo bag there for $22.99. But it's a really good multi-purpose product, so many benefits, and if you do have certain plants that you want to grow, but you've got a problem with slugs and snails, then definitely get yourself some Strewch there, 100-086. Also, don't forget, we are doing free delivery when you spend over £30. That is finishing at the end of this month.
Afraid so.
So we've only got a few more shows where you get free delivery, where you spend over £30. We did ask, but it has to finish at the end of December. But if you basket, we did keep it going forever.
Yeah, it's about 3 months longer than we should have.
It's so true. But if your basket is currently at, say, maybe £27, and you're thinking, oh, what can I put in to get it over £30 and to get the free postage? What about 2 of the variegated hollies that we've got here? It's a buy one, get one free. Normally they're £9.99 each, so 2 would cost you the best part of £20, but we are doing 2 today for £4.99. And I think if you're going to have holly in your garden, you might as well have this variety. It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah, well, Shaun, you and I, we do love a variegated leaf, don't we? It's just that added bit of interest, this nice, colour contrasts that are going on. You will get the beautiful red berries on here as well. So if you really want something that feels festive over the winter months, this is one to plant out. But also, it's not just for the winter, is it? You know, it's evergreen, so you have that foliage absolutely all year round. But if you are into creating your own winter displays and festive displays, you will have your own holly bush outside that you can go and you can cut, you know, branches off and then bring them indoors. And you don't need to be that inventive or creative. You can literally just cut, you know, branches off here and lay them on mantelpieces or windowsills, or, you know, put a few into the top of vases, and it will give you that gorgeous festive display.
I love it. I've got this variety in my garden, and I absolutely love it. And during the what it gives my garden, because I live in a very exposed area, it does give me a bit of protection because it's a nice dense plant to grow. So if you are in a windy area, obviously it gives you great protection. It is pretty much bulletproof, so easy to grow. But in winter time and Christmas time, so lovely to be able to have access to foliage like this.
It's really it's a pollinating paradise as well, because it's really attractive to bees, to birds, to butterflies. You know, they love the berries and the leaves and stuff on there. So actually, even though it's not got loads of flowers or anything on it, it's still going to invite some of those beneficial pollinators into your garden too. It's also apparently a nutritious food source for caterpillars too.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so there's even more going on with this.
And if you do want to keep it fairly compact, then just grow it in pots.
Yeah.
I've kept holly in pots for years, and it just keeps it nice and compact. It'd be very happy in pots. But if you do want it to grow big, put it in your bed and border.
Yeah, let it go.
Yes.
I mean, it can get up to like 15 metres in height. It's going to take a while
15
to get...
metres?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it can get really big, this one.
Wow.
It's going to take probably about 20 years to do that, but it can get big if you want it to.
But if you don't, doesn't matter. Keep it well pruned or keep it in a pot. It'll be very happy there for many years to come. But really good value. Normally £20 for two. You're getting two. It's a buy one, get one free for £4.99. Now, talking of great value, you have absolutely adored our bird trellis planters. These are
lovely.
a third of the price they should be. So normally they're £8.99 each. So two would be £18. We're doing two today. It's a buy one, get one free for £5.99.
I know. It's actually a third of the price of what you'd normally pay for two.
Bex, for club members, they'd get two for £5.40, wouldn't they?
There you go. Well done.
I know.
10%
Amazing. But we've planted ours with the hellebores. Obviously, yours will not come planted.
No, but we're giving you an idea. I mean, if you bought the 3 hellebores, you'd only need to put one in here. This is what it would grow into, because the hellebores grow by about 30 by 30 centimetres. Full disclosure, we've put 3 of the pots in
just
here.
to give you
an idea.
Impact.
But yeah, one hellebore would fill this beautifully. So you can just do this with it. You could put your crocus bulbs in there if you've got some of the Tete Boucle bulbs that we were doing earlier in the week. These would look great in here as well. I absolutely adore these bird planters. They're so cute. You can take the trellis off if you want to, but I like that framing that it gives to the. It's like a framework to the flowers, isn't it? The lovely little robins at the top. So if you are thinking about giving this as a gift at Christmas, it does have that festive feel to it. But these planters are designed to last you for a very long time. They're plastic, so they are more lightweight than if these were a brushed metal or a terracotta or anything like that. It means it's easier for you to move around your garden, but it's also more lightweight.
You are getting your free crocus bulbs, so I would be tempted, if you are going to plant these up with hellebores, to put some of your crocus bulbs in there as well.
Yeah, why not?
They look lovely, because your hellebores are going to flower all through winter, so you will get the crocus and the hellebores flowering together in February time, and they look absolutely amazing. And so we are guaranteeing today Christmas delivery. So if you want to buy these, plant them up as a gift, or just give them as a gift. Yes, you did, didn't you? You did that, didn't you?
I've bought them. I'm not talking about why.
No.
Because I can't. The person that's...
Oh,
someone might be watching.
Yes.
Anyway. The trellis bit comes off, by the way. It just clips into the side here. So if you do want to use them in the future, just a pot on it, just as a pot on its own, you can do. And the bits just clip into the side. They do have drainage holes in the bottom. They are slightly raised at the bottom there as well, which really helps when it comes to drainage through these channels here.
We should say, by the way, on the YouGarden website, I mean, we only show you a fraction of the products. There are thousands of products.
So many.
So if you've been watching the show and thinking, well, I don't really like any of the pots that you've shown, there's loads more on our website, so do bear that in mind. Whatever you're looking for gardening-wise, we generally have it here at YouGarden. And if there's anything that you do want to see that we haven't shown you, you can always let us know. We'll do our very best to get it on the show.
Yes, we can.
How's the hat, Bex?
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, nice and warm?
I'm cosy.
Yeah, I really should have brought a hat. Although it has warmed up, actually. I'm not cold today.
No, it's really nice today, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's why I'm going to get outside later.
Yes.
And do some planting.
I'm gardening tomorrow because I have let things go a little bit.
Dear.
Just
Where
a
are we
little.
going next, sorry?
I'm being drawn to the palm, are you?
I love a palm.
I've got a whole Mediterranean area that I adore, but some palms are better than others. Not better, that's maybe that's the wrong thing to say, but this particular variety, I think, has just a great shape and structure, don't you?
Yeah, I do kind of like the way you get this upwards growth, and then as they start to fade, they come out to the side a bit. It gives that lovely growth to it, doesn't it?
We'll just give you the details because we've got an amazing price. We have got, it's a hardy palm, we should point that out.
It is.
Real tough on this one, $27.99, but we also have got postage included on it.
That's amazing.
Because this is a big, heavy palm.
Yeah.
Bex brought it in earlier, and I nearly let her struggle with it, and then I thought, hang on, what am I doing? So I took the weight from it, but it's heavy, isn't it?
It is. There's a lot of weight going on with this. So yeah, to get that with postage included is really, really good. Now it does have the Royal Horticultural Society Award of Garden Merit, which means that it's a proven performer. They've tested it, they've trialled it, they've put it through its paces, and it has been proven to be a good grower here in the UK. It is winter hardy, but down to about -5. It's certainly one of those that you might need to look after a little bit. I used to avoid getting any of these plants, any of the ones that needed any kind of winter protection. I was like, oh, that's too much trouble, too much hassle. But actually what I've learned and discovered is it's quite easy to do. Sometimes it's just a good layer of mulch. Sometimes it's put it in a pot and put it next to the house. You know, even just the warmth radiating from the wall of a house can be all that a plant needs.
Just that extra 1 or 2 degrees can make such a difference.
It makes such a difference. So please don't be like I was and avoid having the joy of some of these gorgeous plants just because they might need a little bit of extra protection. It is easy to do.
I've got lots of palms in an area of my garden, and they're in the ground, and they do brilliantly there. I have got one of these as well, actually.
Yeah, and this is a dwarf fan palm as well, by the way. So we aren't talking huge heights. Like some of them that can reach 10 metres in height, can't they? We are only talking maybe 2.5 metres at full height here.
And that would be over many years.
That would be over several years, yeah. And as these, as the fans sort of fade and die away, you get this trunk forming at the bottom. That's where the kind of thick trunk base comes from at the bottom.
I'm just thinking that is probably the perfect size for the Diablo pot. Or are you thinking Hendrix?
I think Hendrix. I mean, it'd be fine. It'd be fine. But
so those are the Diablo ones, 2 for $14.99. But we do have,
out of the way.
We call these the Jimmies because they're Hendrix. And
I think this is the one.
I think it's going to make more of an impact though, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. That's the one. Hands down, that is the one to go for.
Wow.
Yeah.
And these Hendrix planters, by the way, they are on offer today. And they're half price. That's for 2 of them, not 1, 2.
I want that.
That'd look great.
I want that, exactly that. I want that plant and that pot. That plant and that pot. Yes!
There you go.
How pretty is that?
Looks really good, doesn't it?
I love it.
So the planters, we'll just quickly talk around these. They are 17 inches in width.
Yeah.
So they're one of the biggest
boys.
planters that we do, actually.
Yeah. And they are, they're good for a couple of reasons here at the bottom. Can you see that bit that's raised up at the bottom there? So what that creates is a trough at the bottom, so you get a bit of water retention going on there. That's really good. But also you're saving on the amount of compost because you don't need to fill that with compost. So it does save you on the amount of compost in there, which then helps you with the weight included. I'm not going to suggest that you'll be able to lift this on your own, though, once it is filled with compost and a plant. But the display that that's going to give you, wowza. And if you've got a pair, if you've got the symmetry going on, you know how much I love the symmetry if you watch together. I mean, 2 of those ferns in 2 of these, either side of your seating area in the summertime, you'll feel like you're on holiday in your own garden. Yes, please.
$12.50 they're working at each.
Excuse me.
Your cold's lingered on forever, Bex.
Oh, it's going now.
Hasn't it?
It's going now.
I think it keeps coming back.
I feel fine.
It's one of those, isn't it, though? It's that annoying...
Sorry. It just got
Since
me.
we've worked together, Bex has had about 3 or 4 colds.
It's because I've got kids.
Yeah, but touch wood, I've never caught it for you, have you?
I know, touch wood quickly.
There's lots of wood
bring
here.
all the germs home.
You're very lucky, because I seem to not get colds very often. You watch now, I'll be like, Christmas.
See, I've got mine at the right time. I'm going to be fine once Christmas comes. But unfortunately, if I passed it on to you, sorry. That's all I can say.
So, touch wood, I've never got one of your colds, Bex. Never, ever. Anyway, lovely to have your company this morning, by the way. And if you have just joined us, we are live today till 2 o'clock. And we are back on Wednesday. We are live on Wednesday at 10 in the morning. But we've also, what we've done, we've filmed some shows for over Christmas into New Year. So you'll find they'll be available on the website and YouTube from Boxing Day onwards.
Boxing Day onwards, yep.
So there's a special one on houseplants, there's some garden essentials, and there's another one which we'll tell you about at the end of the show as well. But yeah, just go onto our website, go onto YouTube over Christmas, between Christmas and New Year, type in New Garden, and some extra shows will appear as well.
We had loads of fun doing them, haven't
we? Yeah. But our next plant is the Nandina. And we are obsessed with this, aren't we? It's called obsessed. But we love our Nandinas. They're actually one of the biggest and most popular plants here on Yew Garden.
The amount of Nandinas that we dispatch from Yew Garden is incredible, isn't it? But you can see why.
Actually, it was a few weeks ago we remember seeing trolleys of them outside, ready to go.
Of them. They are beautiful. I adore the Nandina because it's... I mean, this one's bulletproof as well, okay? This one's ridiculously hardy, proper winter hardy, lifetime guarantee from us on this one. What's gorgeous about this is that you get this lovely kind of colour changing thing that happens with this. It's a true multi-season feature plant.
Wow.
The tips of the leaves turn deepest red in winter, and winter and spring as it gets colder, and then it's followed by these little green berries that then turn red later on. In spring, those new leaves come out and they're kind of flushed a bit pink, and then they get a green and a cream colour to them. And in summer, you get these lovely small creamy white flowers on there. So, I mean, every season there is something going on with this plant.
There's always some interest.
Always.
And one of the things that I've said many times, if you've got a smaller garden, most people do nowadays, modern houses with modern gardens tend to be a lot smaller. You do want plants to really earn their place. But one of my friends has got a fairly small garden. She's quite new to gardening, and she's quickly learning that you can't have too many plants that are only good for a few months of the year, because otherwise then the garden never really looks that great. So with this, all year long, as Bex has just said, there is something happening and there's interest. And in the winter months, when it's really cold, and we had that cold spell last week, the week before, the nandinas outside the nursery, they've really started to change colour, haven't they?
They really do. And that picture you're looking at right there, that is what you will be able to see on your nandina. It totally earns its place. In fact, it more than earns its place. It's such a hard worker for you, and not one that needs loads of time and attention from you. So if you're a busy gardener, you've got a big garden, or you're a new gardener, this one's going to be fantastic for you, because it's reliable. It's always going to do something. It's always going to delight, no matter what the season.
It's another one that is perfect in a pot. It's never going to grow too big. What, about $1.20 on this one?
About $1.20, yeah. So about 4 feet total height on here, a couple of feet spread. So I do think this really does lend itself to being in a pot, but because this one's a little bit bigger than the other one, because we do the firepower, that one's a bit more compact.
Yeah, that's about 50, 60 centimetres.
The Obsessed, I think, would work very beautifully in a mixed border as well.
Yeah, but they're lovely, they really are, and they're only $12.99 today in the 17 centimetre pots, and they're 510759. Now, if you want to have a chat with us, you can always come through on the group chat on Facebook and on YouTube. Any questions, any comments, if you just want a bit of a shout out today, we can of course do that.
We can.
Yes, we're having a lovely time. Thank you to everyone that's placing an order. Guaranteed Christmas delivery on today's show.
Yes.
So if you are buying anything as a gift, I know a lot of you are buying the... Actually, the most popular has been Ceanothus is going well, but the Venus flytrap, and I think people are buying that maybe as a gift, don't you?
I think they've got to be buying that as a gift. And as Shaun said, today is the last day that we can guarantee getting that to you before Christmas. You might still get Christmas delivery after today, but we just can't guarantee it. So now's the time.
We do guarantee today.
Get your orders in today.
And don't forget, and I hate the fact that it's, well, I don't hate the fact that it's stopping, but...
Buy the compost.
We are, sadly...
saying goodbye to our free postage.
To our free postage at the end of December. That's when you spend over £30. We have got some new offers for January, but it's not that one.
No.
And that is your free gift today with every single order. Don't forget the 40 mixed crocus bulbs. And it isn't too late to plant them. I've planted them in December before, and they've still come up fine. They'll be fine.
I think they'll be absolutely fine. And remember that your crocus will naturalise, they will multiply, they will come back year after year after year.
Yeah. I love crocuses.
Yeah, I think they're really, really pretty, aren't they? And the thing is, with that one, you're getting that beautiful mix of colours as well. You get the yellows and the purples and the whites. They're really lovely.
And February, I think it is the worst month. January and February. So you need cheering up.
January and February are the worst.
They are, aren't they?
Total worst. They're cold, they're miserable. You're skint after Christmas.
Yeah. so
it's my birthday.
Is yours the 20th of January?
26th.
26.
So arguably it's quite close to payday. Some people have been paid, but the majority haven't.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to do anything.
My best friend's birthday is on the 6th of January.
Yeah, it's miserable.
Yeah, I was like, oh no, I'm on the wagon. And
well, I got married on the 5th, I just trying to remember. I got married on the 5th of January.
Which slow that next week.
He knows, I don't know.
5th of January.
Which is the worst, because do you know what? We never celebrate it. We never celebrate it.
Why did you choose to get married on the 5th?
Because it was cheap.
Yeah, actually that's, yeah. I bet it was, yeah.
Well, it wasn't cheap, but it was cheaper.
Yeah. No weddings are cheap, are they?
But yeah, now I never...
And divorce is even more expensive.
Now
anyway,
we never celebrate.
Moving on, we've got our Amaryllis next. Now this one includes postage. This is a great Christmas gift.
I like it.
Yep, we are talking the Amaryllis in this fabulous red. And if you're regular, you'll know I've told the story a few times, but we always grew Amaryllis bulbs every year. My mum would get one for her birthday or for Christmas, because her birthday is the 11th of December, and we'd grow the Amaryllis, and every year I was fascinated to see how tall it grew and how many flowers I'd get. Now this is a large bulb, so you are likely, won't guarantee it, but you're likely to get more than one stem. You'll probably get one either side. Won't guarantee it, but you're likely to. And several flowers on each stem. In terms of growing them, shall I go?
Yeah, you carry on. You know this one more than I do, Shaun. You go for it.
Well, you know what to do with it.
Well, I do,
but you've never grown one,
I've never grown one. I am growing one this year, so this is all yours.
So I've grown them for years, but you literally You don't need a massive pot, about 20 centimetres, doesn't need a huge pot. Put the compost just up to about there, so leave the top third showing. I know most bulbs you put underneath and you bury them, not this one, so you want that top showing. When you water, only water around the bulb, not on top of it. Nice light spots, sunny spots. And normally from planting it, you start to get the shoots pretty quickly within a few weeks, and they just appear from the side. So you get them just coming like that there. Hopefully you get one on the other side as well. Doesn't produce leaves to start with, so the leaves come from the centre and they'll be very short. All the flowers tend to come first. And then when the buds start to open, if you want them to last longer, place it in a cool room. If you want to enjoy it, then obviously keep it in the room of your choice. But do rotate the pot, otherwise, because they grow quite tall, they can easily start to go towards the light and be that way or that way. So just rotate it slightly. Now, there is a trick. They'll flower for quite a few weeks, but there is a trick in terms of getting them to reflower. And I've only managed to do it a few times, but only because I was a bit lazy. But once it's flowered, chop the stems off.
Yeah.
Keep feeding and watering, and then it'll produce lots of leaves. It'll do that all through the summer. You can even put it outside during the summer months. But then when it gets to autumn, you're going to be really mean, Bex.
Yeah. Restrict it.
Yeah.
Stop feeding it. Put it in the dark.
Make it feel awful. Stop watering. Stop feeding. Yeah, put it in the dark. It'll feel it's done something really wrong. But after about 8-10 weeks of being in the dark, not being fed, all the leaves will die.
I suppose what you're doing is you're forcing the dormancy on it,
yeah,
aren't
you are.
So you're forcing it into its dormant state, so then it can put all of its, it can store all of its goodness back into the bulb, so that it's ready to then.
So you can't.
Once you think about it and break it down, it makes sense, doesn't it?
It does. And then if you manage to do that year after year, the bulbs get bigger and bigger, and you do get more stems, more flowers.
But you get multiple flowers on each stem as well, don't you?
You do.
So it's not just one flower per stem. You get multiple flowers per stem.
The most I ever got was about 6 or 7.
Yeah.
I've tried to force my poinsettia from last year into flowering, and it hasn't worked. No.
Well, I've got an amaryllis red line bulb that I haven't planted yet.
Oh, you got one, did you? Good, because I know you've never grown them.
Yeah, I've got one, so I'm going to plant it, hopefully at some point in the next week.
You love it?
I can't wait.
Yeah.
I'll do videos, so I'll put it on my social media, have a little look. But I'm going to try and do what you're saying, which is
get it to reflower year after
get it to
year.
reflower next year.
What I remember as a child is that they literally seem to grow overnight. So once the stems start to appear, they do grow really quickly.
I can't wait. I'm so excited.
From planting to flying, sometimes 5-6 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll enjoy it. You love it.
It can happen quite quickly, so this is another great one actually for kids, isn't it?
It is.
They don't have to wait several months for anything to happen.
But we are doing postage included, so if you've already placed an order today, you think, oh, actually, I'd like to buy the amaryllis as well. Don't forget, you will get your free gift with that, even though it's only $9.98. You'll still get all of those crocus bulbs.
Make sure you put that code in though. YGTV50. It is the magic key. It unlocks all of the special offers.
But thank you to everyone that's watching today. Thank you to everyone that's ordering. And I think everyone has used the code, which is brilliant.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Well done, everybody.
Great, well done at home.
That's the way to do it. Make sure you get lots of gifts, free gifts.
And do try and get your order to over £30 and you will not pay any postage either. Now, in my garden, I mentioned I've got a eucalyptus tree. It is huge. I've got a huge eucalyptus tree. If I'm honest, it does need cutting back, but last time we had it cut back, it cost us about £500-600.
Yes. Well, this is the thing with eucalyptus. I think I was reading something about eucalyptus, isn't it? Like it's like the second fastest growing to redwoods or something or other. Like it's very, very vigorous.
We only had it cut down a few years ago, and not cut down, but cut back, and yeah. But this one is a very special variety.
Ah, indeed, because this one is compact, it's bushy, but we are only talking about 3 or 4 metres at its full growth, not the 10, 12, 15 metres height that a eucalyptus tree can get to. And this is a bush rather than a tree as well, so you'll get a lovely bushy growth going on with this one. It's great for smaller gardens. I mean, it's great for most gardens, to be honest with you. Even a bigger garden is going to be great to have this in. But yeah, if you've got a smaller garden, a smaller space, this is going to be amazing. You'll get all of the benefits of the eucalyptus without some of those downsides.
I love eucalyptus in flower displays. Well, a lot of florists use eucalyptus as a filler in bouquets. It also looks really nice just cut by itself in a vase.
Well, and I saw our mutual friends, the House Proud Dads. They were doing some posts about Christmas recently, and they've got all these lovely pictures of Christmas decorations. And I saw one of them is just eucalyptus at the top of a vase with some Christmas decorations around it.
Perfect.
Absolutely beautiful. a few, stems cut off this into a vase all by itself looks amazing, but also as a filler with your cut flowers looks brilliant too. It's evergreen.
Yes.
Always looks good. And you get the gorgeous fragrance from it as well.
But a lovely compact variety.
I love
so
it.
if you love eucalyptus, but you don't want a huge tree. I know my first house I bought that had a really small garden, I planted eucalyptus. Don't know why.
I bet the people that got the house after you were cursing you.
I don't know what made me do it. It just, I saw it one day.
I like it, I want
yeah,
it, I love it.
I thought, oh yeah, I like the idea of eucalyptus, but it just got too big.
Yeah.
Very quickly as well, but not with that one.
No.
A great variety. If you want eucalyptus, but you don't want something towering above your house, definitely go for the Goodnight Azure.
I love the foliage on here.
I
it's
do.
Kind of, it's got this dusty appearance to it. It's really pretty. And also you get some interest.
It smells great, doesn't
I love the
it?
smell. You get some interest going on with the bark on the eucalyptus as well. Now, I appreciate this is a bush rather than a tree, but you're still going to get a bit of interest going on with the bark because you get that lovely kind of peeling, don't you, with the bark on there as well, sort of the silvery colour to it. It's really interesting. And it is one of the hardiest eucalyptus available as well. So down to probably -20.
510161 for the eucalyptus Goodnight Azure there, saving £7 today, £22.99. But a really great deal is coming up next on our fern collection. These are down, they've been reduced in price to £6.99. Now my garden currently, some bits look good, some bits don't look so good, but the side that looks the best is the side where I've got lots of ferns.
Yeah.
It looks great at the moment, actually.
Well, absolutely. Yeah. If you are looking for winter interest, I mean, if you're looking for interest all year round, but specifically right now, I'm going to talk to you about the winter interest. This is an absolutely brilliant little collection to go for, because you are getting 6 of some of the best that we can bring you, actually, because we're talking about evergreen. There's one of them that we're saying is half...
Yes, semi-evergreen.
Semi-evergreen, aren't we?
And that, again, just depends where you live and how cold it is.
Exactly.
But 5 of them are fully evergreen, so yeah, look great all year round.
Totally great all year round, and as these grow and mature, I know they're all sort of the same colour green at the moment, but this is what they're going to turn into, a specially curated collection here to give you a variety of sizes, of colours, of shapes, of textures, and you're getting the reds, you're getting the silvers, you're getting the lime greens, you're getting the darker greens, and you're getting all of those in this one collection. They are evergreen, so you are going to have that interest all year round, but these also love a shady spot too.
And the shady spots can be difficult, as we all know.
They really can.
A lot of plants hate being in the shade, but not these. These will absolutely thrive and love it there.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I know from having a relatively new garden, mine's only about 3.5 years old, if you've got gaps, weeds will naturally grow there.
They will.
So great for filling in those gaps in your garden, making it... I think ferns can make your garden a little bit more low maintenance.
Yeah, because they don't actually require much, do they?
Not at all.
You don't... I mean, I don't prune any of the ferns I've got. They don't need pruning, do they?
I take off, I mean, some
You
of the...
might take off some of the dead leaves.
Because some of the leaves get a bit straggly over winter and stuff.
But
that's all you do.
No regular pruning required,
no,
just a little bit of
just remove the dead leaves, tidy them up.
Really easy to look after,
Very
a
low
problem
maintenance.
solver plus a mixture of colours.
And when the ferns get established, large ferns look absolutely gorgeous, don't they?
I think they look a bit Jurassic as
yeah,
well,
they do.
don't they? I
And
quite
some
like
of these,
anything that looks
it's
a
a
bit
mixture
Jurassic.
size, isn't it? But some will be 50 centimetres, some will actually go up to about 1 metre, won't they, the really big ones?
Yeah, metre and a half.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So really great variety. They're all labelled as well, so when you get it home, all clear instructions are there.
Well done. I always forget that bit. So on the front of the mini greenhouse, what we have is a label here. Now down the side, you can see A, B, C, D, E and F, and they have the names next to them as well. All of that information, by the way, marries up to the information on the website.
Yes.
So if you want to know which one's the biggest, which one's the shortest, you'll look on the website and it will tell you on there.
Brilliant.
But what we're going to do is match up the letters A, B, C, D, E and F to the circles on the back there. Can you see the circle that has the letter inside it? You can just shine it in the light and you'll be able to see A, B, C, D, E and F. So that just marries up so you know which one is which. So don't get overexcited when you get it home, like Shaun does, and open them up and go, oh, this one's nice, and take them all out and take them out of their space. You need to know which is which before you plant them.
I have done that before, and It's a bit frustrating if you get mixed up. Yeah. But they work at amazing value today. They're normally $14.99. We've got them for $6.99, so it works out just over £1 each today. And so we have reduced the price on those, so they're down to £6.99 for all 6. That really is amazing value.
I love that little collection. I think that's brilliant.
And
I say little, it won't be little, it'd be amazing.
Great value. Now, if you ever had a mahonia, you've got to be careful.
You have.
Normally.
Well, we love mahonia, don't we? It's a very familiar border plant. It's gorgeous. It gets nice and big, but it's prickly, isn't it, normally?
I had one in my last garden, and it did look great. Obviously, when it flowers in the winter, it looks fantastic. But I do remember so many times.
Yeah, getting stabbed.
Yeah, and even the old leaves, even when they'd fallen down and were completely brown and dry, they still were so spiky.
Yeah. Well, not with this one.
No.
So this is a compact, spine-free mahonia. Wowza.
Sounds good,
so what the breeders have done is taken 2 of the things that you might not want, and they've bred those parts out of this particular plant. So we are talking about this mahonia only reaching about 1 metre by 1 metre. So if you want a perfect pot plant as a feature, this one is going to be absolutely brilliant. Plus, they've taken away those spines, those spikes. And I know, if you've got kids and things like that, you just don't want those spiky plants in your garden. Well, you've got that with this one. I love the kind of the foliage that you've got on here. Again, this is a bit palm-like, isn't it? It's got that lovely shape to it. Feels a bit holiday going on there. But what you get out of here are these sprays of buttery yellow flowers in the summer, sort of late summer as well. So it's a late flowerer. If you're looking at your successional flowering and you want something late summer, early autumn, this is a great one. August, September, October time.
Wow.
Previous winner of Plant of the Year at the Chelsea Flower Show as well. So that is a prestigious award. Oh, look at those flowers. I like actually how they rise up out the top of there. That's really nice, isn't it?
I love yellow in the garden, don't you?
Yeah, sunshine, it's bright. It's happy. So yellow is the colour of smiles. For me, yeah, it's happiness. You get a big smiley emoji face, don't you?
Actually.
Yellow is a big smiley face.
Yellow star, look.
There you go.
Yeah.
It just makes you smile.
Yeah, I love yellow in the garden.
Makes you smile.
But I love the fact that mahonia has been specifically bred, so it's not spiky, it's lovely soft foliage.
Yep. And it's evergreen.
More compact, about 1 metre by 1 metre,
yes,
so
that's right.
a lot smaller than your traditional mahonias out there. Brand new this week here on New Garden, and it's $510,949. Normally $34.99, but down to $19.99. You have got postage on it. But if you do get your basket to over £30, don't forget you will get free delivery as well.
Fantastic.
Can we just say, by the way, good afternoon?
Hello there.
Yes. Just a few things to talk about. We've got loads happening in 2024.
Yes.
So the live streaming shows will continue Wednesday, Thursday and Sunday from 10 o'clock onwards. So do bear that in mind.
So our first one in January is going to be, is it the 3rd of January? Am I right in saying that?
Yeah. Wednesday the 3rd, 10 to 1.
Lovely.
Same on the Thursday. We are also continuing to be live on a Sunday 10 till 2, but we have got extra shows coming up on QVC, the UK's biggest and by far the best shopping channel.
Woohoo!
They're amazing though, they really are. And we have got lots of extra shows throughout January.
We're going to be busy, aren't we?
We are going to be busy.
It's a good job we've got a little break over Christmas.
Yeah.
Rest and recharge, ready for our manic January.
I've got, I think my house is full every day.
Yeah, mine is as well. Oh well.
But we are looking forward to January, we really are. And loads of exciting things happening on the live shows from our potting shed as well. We've also recorded some special shows over Christmas and New Year, which you'll find on YouTube and on our website as well. Some more special shows. We are going to introduce a few more of those next year as well, aren't we?
Yeah, hopefully.
Themed shows.
Quite like that, because I get to learn loads of new stuff.
I know.
I like learning about
loads of ideas for 2024. But we're going to go back to the best-selling product here on New Garden for many, many good reasons. It is our premium professional compost, which is available today, still at just £24.98 with postage included. And I know we don't use as much compost at this time of year, but I always think there are jobs to be done. And I've got a magnolia that I'm going to move soon.
Oh, yeah.
It's dormant now. I've been waiting for it to go dormant for the leaves to fall off. So I'm going to be moving that.
Oh, that's a good point. I've got a magnolia that needs moving.
I might do mine tomorrow, actually. I've been dying to move it all summer, but I've waited till it's dormant. But I need some compost because when I'm moving it, when I'm putting anything in my garden, actually, whenever I dig a hole, I always put a bit of our premium professional compost in there. Yeah. But we are doing it today for £24.98 with postage included, and you'll get your free bulbs. But if you are new to the show, you might be thinking, well, why is that compost so good? Because let's be honest, you can buy compost in any garden centre, any of the big stores, but why is ours so good? Why does it have thousands of 5-star reviews on various websites? Why is our rating 4.7 out of 5? Well, there are so many reasons, aren't they? So many good reasons.
So many reasons. And the thing is, we get so enthusiastic and we wax lyrical about dirt. And I understand that people could be sitting there going, it's just compost. Stop it. It's just compost.
I used to just buy anything, didn't you?
Yeah, me too.
Anything on offer, probably. Or...
Absolutely did, yeah. To be honest, I'd go and buy the one that was on offer.
Yeah, same here.
You know, I'd go and buy the cheapest one, basically. But the problem with that is, unfortunately, sometimes buying the cheapest one doesn't mean you're getting the best one. And what you've got to think about with your plants that you're spending a lot of time and money and effort on is that you need something that they are going to be happy in order to give them the best possible life. Why are you growing plants? You're growing plants because you want beautiful flowers, you want bumper crops, you want to be able to sit in your garden and smile. It's where we spend the majority of our time, so why wouldn't you invest in the best for that?
I was just thinking, there's nothing worse, I think, than having plants that look bad.
Yeah.
Half-dead plants that look unhealthy.
I know.
You want your plants to look their very best and to have their best life. That's what this compost will give.
That is exactly what this compost will give, and this is why there have been thousands upon thousands of people reviewing it. This is why people send us comments and essays, not just a sentence, not just does what it says or good compost. People do actually write great big paragraphs and essays on how amazing this is.
And just to give you the history of this compost before we actually go through the formula, it's the compost that is used here on the nursery.
Yeah.
So any plants that are grown here, quite often in summertime we'll have ready-made hanging baskets, things like that. Anything that's been grown on here has been planted in this compost. And bear in mind, we sell millions of plants every year, millions of individual plants. Our compost and the compost that they're grown in has to be the very best, and that's what we use.
It's a really good point, though, isn't it? Because as a business whose business is growing
plants,
of course, they're not going to use something cheap and inferior.
No,
they're just not going to do that.
It just wouldn't make sense. So let's talk about what's in it. I mean, the texture is amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. So I mean, I can't help but touch it. I can't help but run my hands through it every time we come to this table. I adore it because it's soft and it's light and it's airy and
I mean, it
actually smells delightful as well.
It smells
healthy.
Oh, God.
Sorry.
Do you know,
Sorry.
We're thinking the same word at the same time nowadays. Do you think brains tune into each other?
They must do. They must do.
But it does smell healthy.
It smells healthy, yeah. And look, it's got this beautiful texture in it, and this is really important. If you want strong root structure, if you want roots that are going to be, you know, the strongest they can be and give their plants the absolute best start in life, then this is the compost to use because of that texture. But it's also because of the amazing ingredients in here. Now, these green balls that you can see, this is a slow release fertilizer. Now, slow release is really, really important, isn't it, Shaun?
It is, because it will give those plants the food and the nutrients they need for up to 6 months, but it allows the plants to take it as and when they need it. So slow release, it's very clever technology, and you've got that throughout this, but there's so much more. Well,
yeah, so one of the things that makes it this amazing texture that you can see, and by the way, there are no big lumps and chunks in here, there's no great big sticks that haven't been composted properly. It's a beautiful, light, even texture, which means if you're planting seeds, this is great. But it's that composted wood fibre in there that helps with that texture, that also allows for even water distribution. That's really important as well, isn't it? Getting that water distributed evenly throughout there, as well as retaining the moisture in there as well, which during those summer months, that can be really tricky, can't it? So this is going to help with that. We've got peat in here as well. So 3 different types of peat, dark and white peat. That has been reduced over the years. We do need to keep up with those environmental concerns. So it has been reduced, but then it's been replaced with all these beautiful other ingredients that are all backed by science to absolutely help our plants.
And we don't claim to be the cheapest, but we do believe we're the best. But when I say that, the value actually on the show is really good because we deliver it for free. And buying compost, I never used to enjoy it. I never think, oh, great, I'm going to go and buy some compost. It was always a pain.
Still is now.
It is. It's not easy.
If you ever go now, it's tricky.
It is. It's always piled up out. It's always outside, obviously, in the cold and the wet, and it's piled up. And some bags are ripped, aren't they? Because they're not properly looked after, and you've got to lug them down, put them in the trolley, wheel the trolley to the checkout.
Yeah, I know. My mum would struggle. My mum would absolutely struggle to do that.
Yeah, my mum would.
I struggle.
To
lift it from here.
It's not
That's hard.
easy. And then you've got to unload the other end. So we deliver it free of charge. So postage is included. If you're not a club member, it's worth joining the club.
Yeah.
Just to get a discount on the compost, because you'll save 10%, $2.50 nearly, on every single compost order. So actually the club membership is a £5 for the year on auto renewal. If you did 2 orders of compost, you'd get your money back, basically.
Yeah, and just think how many times you buy compost throughout the year. Because that soon starts to add up.
I mean, because I look after 3 gardens, I
bet you buy loads.
Huge amounts of compost.
Just have a standing order for you.
I should.
Every month.
Yeah, true that. So that's why it really is worth joining the club, even just for compost alone. But it's a brilliant compost. We believe it is the very, very best. It's got incredible reviews. The average rating 4.7 out of 5. But let's remind you of some of the items we've seen this festive Sunday, a week before Christmas Eve.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's remind you of some of the things we've seen. Right, you've loved this. We've got guaranteed Christmas delivery today, by the way. So, loads of you have been going for the Venus flytrap. What a great little Christmas gift. At Christmas time, sometimes you want to give something a bit quirky, a bit different. If you've got children in the family, I think they'd absolutely love this one. And I'm sure most of you will know what a Venus flytrap is. But a quick reminder, it is of course a carnivorous plant. It eats insects and flies, that's how it feeds itself. These are the traps, and on this particular variety, you do get particularly big traps, about 1 inch in terms of size. And what happens, I'm just doing a demonstration there, when the fly is drawn towards the trap, and it's drawn because of the scent, because of the colour, all it does is, as it flies into that, it triggers this micro hairs, tiny hairs, and if it touches those 2 or 3 times in quick succession, it activates the trap, which then closes. So snaps closed like that, really quite quickly actually, and what it does then is digest the fly, and it will do that over 10 to 12 days, so the trap will stay closed, and when the fly is fully digested, the trap will reopen and the process starts again. Now in terms of looking after this, a few general tips. It likes rainwater. It does not like chlorinated water. And it likes, because these are native to swamps in countries like America, it does like wet roots. So keep it standing in a saucer of rainwater. During the summer months, have it constantly standing in water. In the winter months, do let the saucer dry out before topping it up. Likes a nice bright position, had it down to 0, so do keep it indoors of course, but it will, I think, provide a lot of interest if you've got children for many, many years. Great, well, obviously there's loads of advertising right now featuring Venus flytraps. They've had a big resurgence in terms of popularity, and we've got an amazing price on that at just $9.99 with guaranteed Christmas delivery, 800 155. Then we brought you a magnificent rhododendron. Now this is called Bollywood, and that name is just so apt because this one it's bold, it's fiery, it's exciting, it's dramatic. It's got gorgeous foliage, so cream, green, a little hints of pink in that foliage as well, and then in April, May time, it will get covered in these incredible flowers. Now it does like to be in ericaceous compost. It is another acid-loving plant, so if you're putting it in a pot, then make sure you use ericaceous compost. If you're putting it in a border, then just mix them in when you plant it. 510717, that is down by £15 today. A big price reduction on our Ceanothus, and loads of you have been going for this today. It's an amazing deal. Who's just gone for this one? Oh, lots of people have gone for this today, but this little video we're seeing right now is of Bex's mum's Ceanothus, Sheila. Hello, Sheila, if you're watching still today. So you get this carpet of colour every single spring, sort of April time into May, depending on obviously how warm it's been. They are fairly fast growing. Will grow to about 6 foot when fully mature. It's fine in a pot. My mum kept hers in a pot for many, many years. And you may even get a second bloom in autumn time as well. But honestly, the price on that is amazing. Loves a sunny spot, and at $6.99, I think every garden should have one of those. 510886 is your item number for the Ceanothus, and a gorgeous plant. Then we brought you the Gauras. Now these are the Siskiyou pink variety. This is a perennial that will flower year after year after year. June onwards, mine flowered pretty much June all the way through to November. Grows to about 70 centimetres. Again, would love a sunny spot if possible. And the flowers are really pretty, quite delicate looking, almost like little butterflies. Looks particularly good in a garden when there's a little bit of breeze. They just dance and dance and dance. Absolutely gorgeous. And $9.99 and a double up deal 2 for $14.98. Really a lovely perennial. Then we brought you the Strewch. Now it's been quite wet recently, hasn't it? And if you've got a problem with slugs and snails, then we have got a brilliant solution. Now this is a mineralised straw for organic gardening, so it's perfectly safe for slugs and snails, but what it does, it gets them to move away from the plants. They just don't like the texture of it. And we just had Linda in the group chat say that she put this under her hostas this year and she didn't get any slug or snail damage. And this protected them in the ground, stopped the slugs from eating them. It's brilliant, it really is brilliant, it really works. It truly, truly works. Also, lots of other benefits. So it will suppress weeds, it helps retain moisture around plants. If you've got soil that needs structure improving, when you dig it into the soil, after it's done its job, then it can help improve soil structure, particularly if you've got clay soil, things like that. And it's a great general mulch as well. But honestly, for slugs and snails, it's the best deterrent we've ever seen. 100-086, $22.99, and postage is included on that one. Then we brought you 2 great Cordylines, because it's a buy one, get one free. So don't forget, you will get 2 for £9.99. Really good sizes. I will be honest, they do need repotting. They come in 9 centimetre pots. They will need repotting. They've outgrown their pots. They're very big for the size, for their price, I should say. And what amazing, fantastic colours you're getting. So when we think of Cordylines, we've had many varieties, but I can't think of any others that are colourful as this one, actually. So you get pinks, you get greens, you get creams, all in the same Cordyline. 680, 248. Great in pots, obviously, as they get older, they form a stem. And they love a sunny spot as well. Love Cordylines, but if you put one in your basket, put the code in, then you'll get a free one as well. YGTV50 is the code today. Then we brought you the Fatsia japonica, the castor oil plant. I love these, got a few of these in my garden. They can grow quite big, they can grow to 5-6 foot. They will flower in winter, so mine are in flower right now. There's quite unusual ball-shaped flowers, a bit like, they remind me almost of golf balls, they do, but a lot more attractive. But the foliage is amazing on a Fatsia, really glossy, lovely shaped leaves. They like a sheltered, semi-shady spot, ideally. They're very easy to grow. They're not hard work at all, and mature plants will flower as well. But that is down to $11.99, and they are evergreen, so they will look good all year around. I love Fatsias. I think they're brilliant in your beds and borders, and they will do very nicely in a large pot as well. It's a really good walnut one, 17 centimetre pot, and it is down to $11.99 today. 510428 is your item number. And we like to bring you new varieties and unusual items here on New Garden. And gardenias, many of you will know them as a wonderful houseplant. However, this variety has been bred to be hardy. So got a lifetime guarantee because we grade it as fully hardy. Will withstand temperatures down to -10, relatively slow growing, so it's a compact plant. It's not gonna invade your garden, but in the summertime when it does flower, you are going to get the most incredible fragrance. Beautiful fragrances and these delightful white flowers. $12.99 for one, but if you double up, you get a second one for an extra £1.99. So it really makes sense to double up on that one. 510530 is your item number. But we are back with our Bex, and we have got today guaranteed Christmas delivery. So there's still things like the garlands and the wreaths available, actually, aren't they?
They're there if you want them. But yeah, it's your last chance to get them now. They will be delivered in time for the festivities, though.
So if you go on our website, you'll see a huge amount of plants, but all the ones that we're showing you today, guaranteed Christmas delivery, including the fresh garlands at $14.99. These have been in our potting shed for a couple of weeks now, and they still look great,
yeah,
don't
we
they?
haven't even taken them out.
No.
We've just left them in the potting shed. Yeah, they look great, don't they?
And I have to say, we have looked at some of the reeds in the supermarkets, and they're either more expensive, or if they're the same price,
they're not as nice. No. They're not as thick and luscious. They haven't used as many bits of foliage on there at all.
And ours are made locally for us in Lincolnshire, so there's a whole team that put them together for us. And these are all using Nordman trees, aren't they? So that's why we've got really good foliage. And they all arrive totally decorated. They do match, so the wreaths and garlands do match perfectly, but they're only $14.99. Again, if you are club members, you'll get a discount as well on those.
You will indeed. They're beautiful.
Yeah, you get your 10% off those as well. But also, we have got our holly standards.
Yeah.
I mean, these are a must for Christmas, aren't they?
I adore my holly standards. In actual fact, one of my jobs yesterday was to put my Christmas lights around them.
Oh,
so
very nice.
I got my little battery packs. I've wrapped them. So I've wrapped them around the stalks, all the way up the stalks, and then around the tops here. They look lovely.
We need pictures.
I will take pictures today when I get home.
Actually, our lovely viewers that are watching right now, if you've got any pictures,
send them in. Yeah, let's have a look.
If you've got the hollies, you can send them in. We would love that, wouldn't we?
Yeah, we would love to see the pictures. Honestly, we just love seeing, everybody's gardens and what they're doing, and any of the plants that they bought from us. It's really nice to sort of see the progress. Yeah. It's like kids. I want to see them growing.
Yeah.
I want progress reports. Yeah, but there's nothing more festive, I don't think, than having a pair of these. Now, you can go for one. We'll show you that in a minute. But to have a pair of these either side of your doorway, particularly if you're hosting Christmas, it's a real festive welcome into the home. And this will be my second year with these outside my house, and it's beautiful.
It's so important when people arrive.
Yeah.
To set the scene.
Totally.
So we are doing a deal today, so guaranteed Christmas delivery. 2 of the holly standards with the bonus pots as well for $46.98. You won't pay any postage because obviously these are over £30, so you will get free delivery and you will get your free bulbs as long as you use that code YGTV50.
But these are not just for this year.
No.
These are for every year because you will have these for such a long time. Honestly, for many, many years to come, you'll be bringing these out and putting them outside your front door or wherever it is that you want them. They have beautiful red berries on them as well, and lots of red berries because these are the female variety, so they are the berry producing variety. You get lovely little white flowers on there that blossom during the spring and early summer months as well, which obviously then give you the berry production later on. I think it's just really pretty. It's really Christmassy,
and I do like
it's really festive.
What you've done. So that was yours in summertime?
Yeah, so that's them in flower outside the front of my house. They do look lovely, don't they? With those little flowers on there. And then they turn into berries as well. Now, I change over the display at the front of my house. So at the moment, the hollies are back out there. I've got the cypress conifers.
Have you?
Yeah. Yeah.
The really tall ones?
They're tall, but they're not that tall. They're about this big.
Oh, okay.
But I've got the holly and I've got the skinny one, those next to them. And then in the summer months, I bring out my rose patio standards. And during the summer months and all over, I just take these around the back of the house. They sit somewhere nice and sunny. And then I bring them back out every year now for my festive displays.
I adore them.
You planted yours out, didn't you? So you had them in pots, but then you planted them out into borders.
I've got them. I've actually got them in my ericaceous border.
Right.
Yeah, they're fine there. Holly's fine there.
They don't need ericaceous, by the way, but they don't mind it.
But mine are fine there. Coping very nicely. But when I did plant them in the ground, they suddenly did grow a lot faster.
Yeah. No, they're great in pots, and I want to have this lovely lollipop display, and I don't want them to get massive. I want to keep a nice, neat head on them, and all I need to do is just trim them to keep that shape. But yeah, if you want to plant them out, you can do. You have that lovely, tall, standard shape with the big ball on the top.
Well, 510186 is your item. You're going to save £43 today. You will get free postage. And those are the pots which look really festive as well. Now, if you just want to buy one holly, you can get it by itself without the pot, I should point out, for just $19.99. I will be honest, you pay $6.99 postage, so what I would do, absolutely get your basket to over £30. I tell you what you should buy if you just buy one holly, get a Diablo planter.
Well, get two Diablo planters.
Oh, yeah, so buy one.
Actually, $11.99. One would get you there. Yeah, but one would get you over the £30.
But you might as well get another one.
You might as well get the pear and then put something else in the other one. It's
I think so.
I'd get the pear if I were you. Gets you over that £30 mark, and this is a great pot for your standard. Now, I'm not going to lie. I think the pots that come with the holly standards are beautiful. They're festive. They're glorious. And if you want to put them in there, that'd be great for this year. But you're going to want to pot them on because they're quite shallow. They will tip over in the wind and stuff. So for this year, brilliant, but you will want to pop them on. So even if you're going for the pair of hollies, I would suggest maybe adding the Diablo planters into your basket as well, because these are the perfect size planter for the standards.
And they'll be happy in there, well, for the rest of their life.
Yeah. Yeah, to be honest, that would be the rest of their life. Yeah. You would not need to pot them on. Obviously, you'd need to feed them. You might need to top dress the soil in order to keep the goodness going on in there, but they would live happily in here forever. So don't forget, we have got an offer on these right now. The offer will not last forever. No. It's pretty amazing, this one. Normally $22.99 for one of these. And you can see that. I'm not being funny, look at that. Beautiful pots. But today, buy one for $11.99, or you can double up and go for two for $14.99. But loads you're going for those. I would definitely get those today while we've got that offer. And you will get your free crocus bulbs with every order. Just use the code YGTV50. And it isn't too late to plant those crocus bulbs. It really isn't. No, not at all. Not at all. In fact, I got some... I'm going to be placing an order. I am going to be placing an order this week, so I will get crocus and I will be planting them out. It's mandatory for us. We have to place an order. Can't go a week without placing an order. Feels wrong if we don't, doesn't it, Bex? It's like, where's my order this week? Where's my order? I've not got anything coming. Now, those are the standard hollies, but just come and join us over here. Oh, we're going for the other one? Yeah. The marginata. These are just so gorgeous. Wow. I'm really feeling festive today. We both are. You would hope so, with wearing a Christmas jumper. Yeah, it's not that festive, my jumper. I like it. Do you like it? I do. Stuart's got his Christmas jumper on as well. Did you take your coat off?
No, he didn't take his coat off, so I never saw it.
Oh, I didn't notice it. We'll have to have a look at Stuart's Christmas jumper when we go out.
I can't imagine it being particularly loud and outrageous, can you? Oh, you never know.
It's going to be silly, isn't it, Stuart?
Yeah. But we are feeling festive. A week today is Christmas Eve, of course. Some of the items on today's show definitely would make some great Christmas gifts as well. But at this time of year, most of us love to decorate our homes. And I think there's nothing nicer than putting Christmas foliage in your homes.
Yeah.
And if you've got these hollies, every year, as these grow and mature, you'll be able to take off some branches, decorate mantel shelves and your Christmas table on Christmas Day. You might be creative and make your own wreaths and things like that.
Yeah.
But the variegated holly, this is the one that's often used on Christmas cards, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fully festive feeling, this one, because this will also give you the berry production on here as well. So, yeah, you've got the iconic foliage with the variegated colours on there, but then you also get the red berry production as well, and there is nothing more festive than that combination, is there? That leaf with the red berries, that is Christmas all over. Oh yeah, if you could get a little robin to come and sit on it, there you go. That's probably your proper full-on Christmas, isn't it? It's gorgeous.
I think holly is just beautiful when you sit there, isn't it?
It is. I think it's a really pretty plant.
It is.
And the thing is, so this is evergreen. It looks great all year round. It gives you the festive feels. You know, you're going to feel all Christmassy and wonderful at this time of year. But it's also a very useful plant in your garden. It is amazing at bringing in all the wildlife. It's what we would call a pollinating paradise. It's incredibly attractive to bees, to birds, to butterflies. It's a nutritious source of food for caterpillars too. So if you want to bring in those beneficial pollinators, if you want to do your bit as a gardener and, you know, feed the insects and feed the birds and, you know, introduce the bees and the butterflies in, this is a plant that you can bring in your garden. Normally we just think of flowers, don't we, to do that? But actually there are other things that will do that.
Now these will, if you want them, these will grow really big, of course, over many
big,
years.
Yeah, it can get to 15 metres if you want. But
you could grow it in pots. You can obviously keep it nice and pruned, but it's a buy one, get one free, 511 458, £4.99. Buy one, get one free, so I'm working out about £2.50 each.
£2.50 each? I mean,
I know.
£2.50 each, come on.
We're really pleased so many of you have gone for this though, because I think at Christmas time, sometimes you buy, sometimes presents can be a bit boring, a bit predictable. Yeah, there's lots of gift sets around at the moment.
Thanks for the
with shower sets, and they're all fine, don't get me wrong. And I've bought a few of those.
I love a bath bomb.
Do you?
Every now and then, it's quite nice.
So I only have a shower, don't really?
Oh, I love a bath.
I need to start doing that more. It's quite relaxing, isn't it?
Love a bath. Sorry, going on a tangent. I've got one of those.
So we're learning out Bex's bathing habits now. Like.
I've got one of those things that you put over your bath that you can put stuff on. Like a bath tray.
I know what you mean, yeah.
But it's a fancy wooden one. So I get my iPad on there and it's got a little holder from a glass of wine. And I can put a candle on that side.
I can just,
Hot bath.
Yeah. Kids out of sight.
Kids are somewhere else.
Yeah.
Movie, wine, candle.
Yeah, that's how you do it, isn't
Shaun,
it?
it's the best.
That's how you do it.
That's how you do it.
Right.
There you go. I bet you've got a glorious bathroom as well, so it'd be lovely.
I have. It's quite nice.
There you go.
It's not bad.
Get yourself one of those trays to put over the bath.
Yeah.
Relax. Get
I'm
a
always in
candle
such a rush. It's like in and out the shower, but you're right.
You've got to. A bath takes an hour and a half.
Do you not all whizzing up?
Yeah. So, get over it.
An hour and a half?
The full process I'm talking about. Not laying in it for an hour and a half, but I do have to top it up with hot water sometimes because it gets cold. Anyway,
I've completely forgotten where we were.
Let's move about fly traps. Why were we...
I know. Right, so talk about gift sets and bath sets.
Okay, there we go.
Goodness for that. I'm like, how
Sorry.
did we get on to...
I knew I was taking us off on a tangent.
bathing habits. Anyway, so what the point of the story was, sometimes at Christmas, we do need a bit of imagination. As a child, I was so grateful that my mum, my grandma got me into gardening.
Yeah.
And if you're trying to just get the kids a little bit interested in plants and nature, get them one of these. It's the Venus flytrap. There's a big advertising campaign on the TV right now, so they are really current and popular right now. Loads of people are wanting to buy Venus flytraps, and we've got an amazing variety here on New Garden today at just $9.99. So it's going to help the kids get into, well, hopefully get into gardening. I think it's very important as well as a child to learn how to care, whether it's caring for a pet, caring for plants, and this is a really fun plant with a purpose. So it comes with a hologram, which for some reason we just love playing with, don't we? So this is what it does. Look, so there's the fly.
Snap.
Yep.
Snap. Yeah, look, if you are buying it for a gift and you're buying it for a kid, they're going to absolutely adore that.
They are.
I know, being, you know, I've got 2 kids, 2 boys, they will adore this. They will think it's really fun and interesting. Maybe only for a week or so, but you know what? It doesn't matter. If it piques their interest, that's what it's all about. But also, you've got the practical thing of this is going to catch the flies and the insects and the things in your home, which I think is brilliant.
And I know we don't get a lot of those in winter time. But summertime, last summer, I don't know just where I live. Oh,
there was loads.
It's just hard when you're trying to prepare food and you've got flies everywhere. So this is a natural deterrent of flies. When I say deterrent, it is carnivorous. It will eat the flies. The way it works, you've got these big traps, and inside them, you've got these tiny little hairs. I mean, I can't see them with my eyes. Can you?
No, you can't see them.
So not visible to the human eye, but these tiny little hairs in there. Also, they are like a reddy colour in the centre that attracts the flies.
Yep.
But when the fly goes near them,
snap.
There you go. Activates the traps, and then they actually digest the fly, don't they?
They do. That's where they get their food source from. So you don't need to feed these plants. You know, you don't need to put your blooming trust in there at all. They will feed themselves. They will catch those insects and they will feed themselves. You know, by closing that trap. The trap then stays closed for about 10 days. 12 days, something like that, and then it will reopen and it will go through that process again. The traps themselves do die off after a few uses, but they grow more of them. But the brilliant thing about this particular Venus flytrap is that jumbo. This is a jumbo Venus flytrap. This is bigger than most that you will find out there on the market, and also the traps themselves grow really big as well. We are talking like 1 inch in diameter. So these are bigger than you might be able to find elsewhere.
All the planting instructions, all the care instructions are on our website.
Somebody was asking actually whether this would need repotting, which I'm going to say no to.
No.
They don't grow massive. They don't like spread loads.
No,
we are only talking sort of 10 centimetres by 15 centimetres. So, I mean, maybe at some point you might want to put it in another pot, but certainly not for a long time.
But they are very interesting, and they do have that practical use. But I think a great, quirky Christmas gift. Well, and it might be one for like, sometimes men can be quite hard to buy for.
Yeah.
The men in my family are quite a little bit more tricky to buy for, some of them.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely want to increase. I've got a few houseplants, but I want to increase the amount of houseplants I've got. So that might be one that I'm doing.
Yeah. I've got a lot of
I love houseplants, but I've only got a few, so I'm going to start increasing them.
We have got a special show coming up that you can stream in the near future, all about, because we've got a whole section of houseplants here at New Garden.
I know, there's a whole big section. They've got monsteras on there.
Yeah.
I've always wanted a monstera, so
great. Do keep checking YouTube, and there's some special shows coming up over the festive period.
Yeah.
So, well done if you got the Venus flytrap. Loads of orders gone through for that today. Guaranteed Christmas delivery. One of the best buys on today's show has got to be the Ceanothus, hasn't it?
Totally, because the price on this is just...
It's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous. We are not going to be repeating this, and the only reason we're doing this at this price is that we have more stock than we need. Somebody ordered more when we already had some, basically, so we need to get rid of them. An offer on this would normally probably be, you know, $12.99 or $9.99, not $6.99. So please take advantage of this while we've got it. It is gorgeous. It is evergreen.
Yep.
It is beautiful when it gets covered in these pom-poms of flowers.
And easy to grow.
It's so easy.
Yeah.
Actually, you don't really need to do anything to it. You can prune it to shape it, but you don't actually need to.
It just needs a sunny spot.
Sunny spot. Yeah. Water it, feed it. That's about it.
And
Leave it alone.
And
let
it
do
will
its
do
thing.
very nicely in a pot. In fact, those Diablo pots would be perfect in
Oh
that, I
yeah,
think.
definitely would.
But it is an absolute steal today. So if you haven't got a Ceanothus, get one from us here on Yew Garden today. 510-886, just £6.99. So it's actually better than half price to that one.
Amazing price, that one.
I got one last week.
Really good price, that one. Absolutely.
And don't forget, we've still got the hellebores available as well with guaranteed Christmas
Lovely.
delivery.
Well, we're going all the way over
Yes.
here now.
By the way, I know lots of you still watching. If you've got any questions, any comments, if you just want to say hi, we are live today until 2 o'clock.
Yeah, not long left. Only about 45 minutes left. So yeah, get your questions in.
Yes. Already say any comments if you just want to say hello. But thank you to all of you regulars. We really appreciate it. And we are getting new viewers every single show.
We are. 2024 is going to be great,
Tell you
isn't
what,
it?
as well, it's amazing how many orders go in after the show.
Yeah, I think people... Do you know what? I think people tune in for the bit that they can watch for, but then they come back later when they get the chance to watch a bit more.
And we love the fact that the show has got bigger and bigger, and we've got massive plans in 2024, as we've said. Right, the mushroom kit, this is another great little Christmas gift.
Yeah.
We have now sold out of the big option, but we have still got the 3 litre for just $9.99, and postage is included on this one. So you've got everything in here that you need to grow your own mushrooms, basically. All you need is a little bit of water.
Yeah, pretty much. That's it. You get the container, obviously. That's got the colonised compost inside there, and this is your topsoil. It all comes in that thing that I showed you there with the sleeve around it, and there are instructions included in there as well. So it's very, very simple, nicely, compact, easy to give as a gift. That's going to be an easy wrapper, isn't it? I love box-shaped things for wrapping. Yeah. So yes, everything is included that you need, but essentially what you're going to do is put it somewhere warm. Wait for the colonised compost to turn this lovely white colour. That's the mycelium growing in there. Soak the bag of compost after poking loads of holes in it, and then put the topsoil. Soak the topsoil, put it on top of the colonised compost. Then you're going to leave it somewhere nice and warm on a windowsill, for 7 to 10 days. And at that point, that's where you start seeing mushrooms growing. And I've done it myself. Mine is on the windowsill at home. Sorry, I forgot to bring it in again. But yes.
You've had quite a lot of mushrooms, haven't you?
I've had several mushrooms, Quite a lot of mushrooms out of there. I cooked some up, I put some onto my pizzas. They are absolutely delicious and glorious. But the thing with this is that you get some results within about 3 weeks. 3 to 4 weeks, you will be picking your own mushrooms. So if you are thinking about giving this as a gift for children, because they've got a shorter attention span, haven't they? They will get those results very quickly.
I think it's a great idea, again, as a bit of a stocking filler for Christmas. But also, if you just want to try growing mushrooms yourself. I've never grown mushrooms.
It's so much fun. And the thing is, once they start growing, and they start around the edges first of all, and then they start to fill out through the middle, it happens so quickly.
Ooh.
Like you'll see them pop, oh, there's a mushroom there, and a day later, oh, I need to pick that mushroom. They grow really quick.
I like that one, and it's only $9.99 with postage included today. 161138 for the white mushroom growing kit. And
that's Tams.
Oh yeah, there you go. And you do get a lot more than that.
You do get more than that. That's just the start of the process. So she sent us that picture, and that's how mine started, around the edges. But then once you crop, you get multiple crops. You get up to 3 sets of crops from this kit. And
I read the instructions, and they are so simple as well.
They're really easy to follow.
So I've never grown mushrooms, but I had a look in the kit and it was like, oh yeah, anybody can grow those, they really can. Everything's included at £9.99. Now remember, we have got free postage when you spend over £30. That promotion finishes at the end of December. So if your basket right now is around about, say, £27, you think, oh, what can I get to get it over £30? We have got a lavender on a buy one, get one free. So you actually get 2 of these for $3.99. Lavender is such a great plant to have in, I would say, any garden. If you want to attract bees, butterflies, and they do grow quickly. I did a whole border in lavender and took about 2 years to massively establish. That's my border, yeah, there you go. That's my formal border. And the plants, they were this size. They're probably even smaller, actually, because I got the plug plants.
Oh, yeah, they're a bit smaller than this. These have been grown on a bit, yeah, so the plugs have been smaller.
And you've got in fact, your border's better than mine, actually.
Hey,
yeah, it is.
Can't say that about many things in my garden, but I'll take it on the lavender. I'll take it.
Not that we're competitive, Bex.
Yeah, so that's just one side of my driveway, and it is absolutely beautiful. That video shows you how many bees and butterflies were buzzing around in there. It is alive with life constantly, all the way through from June, right the way through to September. You can obviously dry the flowers, you can pick the flowers, you can have cut flower displays. This has the Royal Horticultural Society Award of Garden Merit. Of course, it has their badge of perfect for pollinators as well. It's winter hardy, so it has the lifetime guarantee from us. It's versatile. You can create lovely pathways, borders. You can put it into pots. You can have it just one plant on its own. It plays well with other plants as well. It smells gorgeous. If we had a list of boxes to tick, this ticks so many of those boxes. It's beautiful.
And it is so nice when you drive up to your home and you open up the car door and then you're just greeted by this fabulous fragrance.
It's beautiful, honestly.
You really want to plant it somewhere where you walk or where you...
Yeah, I think so. Like lining a pathway where you walk along and you brush past it, because then you get that scent lifting.
I know in Victorian times that's exactly what they did. So the long dresses would just... obviously catch the lavender and create the most wonderful fragrance.
Yeah.
So yes, they look fantastic along a pathway, but you can grow them in pots. They look fab in pots.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't have to be a great big border like you and I have done.
No, not at all.
Just one in a pot. You'll be amazed at how how many bees and butterflies you will get coming into your garden just from having one or two of these in a pot. It'd be amazing.
But it's a buy one, get one free, 510319 at just £3.99. Just a quick reminder as well, our Callicarpa Profusion Beauty Berry is still looking rather fabulous. It has held on to its berries for a long time, this one, hasn't it?
It really has.
Yeah. They do start to normally lose them December time, don't they?
They're supposed to, but this one, I mean... I'm sort of doing it tentatively, but actually, I don't think I need to.
No, it's holding on.
It's really holding on to those berries,
But if you've never grown a Callicarpa, they are fantastic. And there's more to them than just the berries. Yeah. So you obviously get the leaves in the springtime. They do flower.
They do. They have these clusters of small pink flowers on there. They're beautiful. The leaves, the foliage that you get, it's got quite deep veining on it, which is really interesting as well. But this, I think, is where the Callicarpa really does come into its
So
own.
that's what it looked like in autumn time.
Yeah, leaves and berries on the plant at the same time.
But there's the flowers.
Yeah, lovely. June, July, those flowers will be there. Beautiful.
But in winter...
October, November, December.
Look at that.
It's amazing, isn't it?
I'll tell you what I'd like to know. If any of our viewers watching right now, if you've got one of these, and have you covered it with some little lights as well? Because that would look lovely in the winter with some little lights.
Yeah, I think it would. But just like the Ceanothus is the standout plant in the border in April, May, this will be the standout plant, or one of them, in your border in sort of October, November time. When things are fading, when there's not a huge amount of colour in your garden, imagine this at full growth. And it can get to, $1.80 metre, so what's that, 6 feet height, $1.20 metre spread, so 4 feet spread. So that's how big this can get.
So that covered in berries, I've only just got one of these.
Amazing.
And I just can't wait for it to establish.
I can't either. I'm very excited about that. Once a sunny spot, though, you do want to put it in.
Yes.
This is why I haven't planted mine yet.
Yours is still in a pot, isn't it?
I think it's going to have to go in a pot because I just don't think I can get it into a sunny enough border without digging something else up. So I think it's going to have to live in a pot. But anyway, I will make a decision on that. It's absolutely fine. Just like the Gauras in my top 10, I think Callicarpa might be creeping up there as well.
I think it's magical. And those berries almost look polished, don't they?
Yeah.
They've got this lovely kind of metallic sheen to them.
They look like pearls.
Yes, purple pearls. Now, we have got a great selection of pots, and just look at this. These are the Prisma pots. You get 3 today for £6.97. But look at that, instantly.
Isn't that pretty?
Yeah, that's
purple
so
on
good,
purple. Now, normally, I actually like colour contrasts. I don't like matchy-matchy. Matchy-matchy annoys me, but actually, I do quite like the purple on purple
I do,
here.
I like that.
But if you don't like the matchy-matchy, we do have, because it's a trio of pots that you're getting here. So you get the purple, you also get the green, and you also get the pink. So you can choose what colours you put with what.
I tell you what, at home, they work out £2.32 each.
Yeah. And they're normally, or they have been sold individually at £7.99. That's
but
the label
you
on the
would
bottom
never
showing.
look at those pots and think you'd pay just over £2 each, would you?
No, not at all. I love the colourful pots as well. I mean, I've got the green ones actually in my garden that I planted my hosta in over the summer months. But you know, in the winter when there's not much colour going on in your garden, colourful pots can actually add in the colour that's lacking from the lack of flowers and plants and things.
I tend to. I've got coloured pots that I use in winter.
Yeah.
And in summer, I change them for white ones. And I've got an area of grey decking. Worst thing I ever put down, by the way. Black, it was like black decking.
Right.
Just an area. Sounds great, right? No. Things like footprints. I've got a cat, right? So literally, you get everything shows on it. Mud, paw prints. No, so don't do that. Yeah. However, it's too late to change it now. But I do put coloured pots on there in the winter, and it really lifts the whole area.
Yeah.
And then in the summertime, I do replace them for white ones. I like it to look a little bit cleaner and different. But yeah, they just add brightness, and the value on those today is really good. So £2.32 a pot.
I also really like how it is raised up. Can you see where the drainage bit there is?
So you've got little channels for.
I mean, it's beautifully raised in the centre, and then channels coming out the sides for the water to drain out. So that's really good.
Proper drainage on pots is so important. We do get such extreme weathers now, and I've got a few pots in my garden, and if it's heavy rain for a few days, they do become a bit waterlogged. The drainage isn't good enough. Yeah. So all of our pots are really well designed in terms of being frost-proof, in terms of being UV resistant, but as you can see there, great drainage.
Yeah. Really good drainage, and that is vital when it comes to, I mean, all your plants. Some like to be boggy, but not many.
No.
Not many at all.
And it's amazing how many plants die because of being overwatered rather than under.
Yeah.
Lots of plants can survive and tolerate being underwatered for a while. They'll just cope with it. But plants stuck in water, so unless they're a pond-loving plant, something that really likes wet roots, lots of plants hate being waterlogged. So especially this time of year when we've had a lot of rain recently, haven't we?
We have.
There's pools of it outside in our nursery, isn't there?
Escallonia,
oh, that looks good in there, doesn't it? Really good.
Again, I'm going matchy-matchy, and I'm doing it on purpose for Stuart's benefit, because he does love the pink on the pink or the purple on the purple. And your Escallonia Pink L could be potted into here for a little while.
When that flowers, it will look really nice.
It will look amazing, yeah, absolutely, because just look at those beautiful flowers on there. That's going to look gorgeous. So between June and August, you get flushes of these beautiful pink flowers, and they're panicle shaped, they're ice cream cone shaped, and they are smothered. This plant gets absolutely smothered in those pink flowers that are larger than most other Escallonias that you can get out there. Escallonias are really easy to grow and very easy to care for, but they give you maximum rewards because the flower power on here is quite incredible. It's a nice compact plant.
And it's got a very nice natural habitat in terms of its growth. So compact, wonderful leaves. And bear in mind, it is the 17th of December today, and this has been picked for our nursery. That looks good for December, doesn't it?
It looks absolutely beautiful because it's evergreen and it's glossy and it's luscious and it's beautiful. And that is one of the reasons that you should go for the Escallonia, because it's going to give you that evergreenness that we need in our gardens.
When I started to plant my garden up, and I'd live it was a new build and a new garden. Well, we built the house, knocked it down, rebuilt. Again, don't do that either. But when I started to plant things up, I realised one of the borders, I just had too many deciduous things in.
Yeah.
And
You've got to mix it up, haven't you?
Yeah, as soon as I got to winter, I was like, that border looks terrible. It was just twigs.
Yeah.
So it is important to have evergreen shrubs, and that one does look beautiful all year round. But those flowers are magnificent, aren't they?
They really are
Is it very
beautiful.
fragrant, this one, Bex?
I don't think there is much of a fragrance that comes from this one, actually.
I haven't grown this particular variety, so...
No, I've got a different Escallonia, not this one. But no, I don't think there's a huge amount of fragrance on this one. But it is for that beautiful display that you get from the flowers on here. And obviously the pollinators are going to enjoy that one a lot. In fact, the Royal Horticultural Society have given it their badge of perfect for pollinators. So yes, we can be safe in the knowledge that the bees and the butterflies are going to enjoy that.
Well, that is down to £9.99 today. 510 545 is your item there. Great. I mean, that's a really good size as well for £9.99. Yeah, it's really good.
Check out the size.
Right, just if you have just joined us, thank you for joining us. The great thing with our shows is you can stream them anytime you like.
You absolutely can.
So the idea is, I mean, it's great that lots of you watch live. And we are live on a Wednesday 10 till 1, Thursday 10 till 1, and on a Sunday 10 till 2. Shows might be slightly shorter this week because we are doing lots of extra content for our website, and we are recording some extra special shows.
But we'll be on from 10.
Yes. But the idea is you can stream anytime. And what happens after the live show has gone out, you can then find it later on YouTube. Normally gets loaded on YouTube within 24 hours.
Yeah.
And on the U Garden website. And there's a little, see our logo there, YGTV. You'll find that on the website. You can click on that. You can either watch the live show or any shows that you've missed. But on today's show, sad to say, it's one of the last chances to get the free P&P when you spend over £30. That is definitely finishing at the end of December.
It is, but please bear in mind that we did keep this offer running for such a long time. It was only supposed to be for a few weeks when we first started broadcasting back in August. So if you think we're midway through December and we're still running it, I think we've done quite well with that one. But we will have loads of new offers for you. Please don't think we're saying goodbye to all of the deals and the offers.
Not at all.
There will be lots of them. It's just that one's going.
Yeah, so do try today to put together if there's pots and things that you want, or compost. Compost is a great one because it instantly gets your order to a decent amount. So do bear that in mind. And also, we always try and give you a free gift with every show. And the one today is 40 of these gorgeous crocus. All you need to do is always use the special offer code everyone has today. So that makes us very happy. But it is YGTV50. Stuart said everyone's been very well behaved today.
Well done, everybody.
Yes.
That's high praise from Stuart.
And it isn't too late to plant crocus bulbs. It really isn't. You might be thinking, am I pushing my luck a bit with crocus bulbs? I've planted them in December before.
I think you'll be fine.
But just try it when they arrive. Just try and get them planted
straight away. You want to get them as soon as possible,
Yeah,
but
if you can.
that'll be fine.
Right, something brand new this week. We've got our blueberry, which is an early fruiter called New Hanover. So this will actually fruit in June times onwards. £9.99 for one, postage included, or for an extra £3 or $2.99, you will get a second blueberry. Well, I love blueberries as a fruit. They are such a healthy fruit. So I'm giggling because I did have such good intentions today. My blueberries are outside in my bag.
He had a donut instead. That's the problem.
We're not joking, so I thought, right, trying to balance out Christmas. So I thought porridge and blueberries today.
Yeah.
They were £3 for the punnet, so I am going to eat them. I'm not going to let them go to waste. But I bought them because I thought, try and moderate Christmas. I've got so many things this week happening, and lots of will involve eating lots of bad food and a bit of booze and things like that. So I brought some blueberries in. The point of the story is they were expensive.
Yep.
£3 a little tub. You work out, if you buy blueberries regularly, how much you'd spend in a year. They are so easy to grow them. And you were saying, each one of these, when they're mature, we're going to get how many kilos?
Up to 5 kilograms per plant here.
That's good, isn't it?
You can grow your own delicious superfood, and that is what we're bringing you with the blueberry. And this is the new Hanover, so this is the early cropper. So from early June, hopefully, around that time, you will be able to start cropping with your blueberries, which is I mean, it's just brilliant to know that you can grow your own. It tastes so much better when you've grown it yourself. When you pick it straight from the plant and pop it in your mouth, it is absolutely amazing. These are self-fertile plants as well, so you don't have to go for the double up deal. You do only need the one, but they do tend to do better in pairs.
And
they'll cross-pollinate each other and they help each other out.
And for an extra $2.99, you might as well get a second one.
Now,
they do need an ericaceous compost.
They do indeed,
so if you haven't got that, do buy some. You can get it on our website as well, but they really do want to be planted in that.
They do, and they want a sunny spot
yes,
as well, obviously. You know, if you want the flower production and the berry production, you do need as sunny a spot as possible here. They'll work beautifully in pots as well, by the way. You know, you don't have to plant these out into borders, though you can. They can reach up to a metre and a half in height, spread of about 75 centimetres. So, you know, if you wanted to put them in the border, you could do. They'd be a beautiful border plant.
And what was nice, when we went to some of the garden shows this year, it's now a lot more trendy, acceptable, don't know how to phrase it, but it's more common to have vegetables and fruits amongst your beds and borders with your flowers. You know, in the old days, your parents, your grandparents would have the vegetable patch and they'd have the flower border.
I think it was just easier, wasn't it? And I get it. I get that it might be easier because, you know, you've got to tend to your vegetables over there and that's, you know, you're splitting the jobs up. But actually, it works really nicely to mix it all up and put it all together.
And a lot more varieties are suitable for pots as well. So if you do want to keep them separate from your flowers, just have them in individual pots.
Yeah.
And we've got lots of pots on the show that would be really suitable. In fact,
yeah,
I was thinking, Bex, the Diablo would be perfect for
this. They would, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Totally fine.
That'd be really happy in there for many, many years to come. But do plant it in ericaceous compost. I know I just said that, but that is really important.
It is really important. If you want the blueberry production, you do need the ericaceous compost in there.
Had a question.
I don't think you'll do very well without it.
No. I had a question coming about staking them.
Maybe a little bit, but no, I think they grow quite bushy. I don't think you need to worry too much about it. It's not like raspberries. No. I suppose it depends on where you've planted them. You know, if you've got it in a particularly exposed area, you might need to. I would try and go sheltered, actually, because you don't want to do too much damage to any of the blossom and all that sort of stuff, do you?
No, very true.
Otherwise, it'll reduce the berry production.
But sheltered and sunny.
Yes.
And
ericaceous. Sun.
310 019.
Just like me. Can I be in the sun, please?
Oh, yeah.
Plant me somewhere.
Although it's sunny today, isn't it, outside?
I've no idea. Stuart's saying no.
It was earlier.
It's not sunny now.
No.
But I think it's nice out there. Like it's not.
It's definitely mild. We should say all the plants that we've got, by the way, you can plant right now outside your garden, just as long as it's not frozen. It won't be right now or massively waterlogged.
Yes.
But all of the plants you can plant out right now, or do what I do, and I'll just wait for a nice day.
Yeah.
On a day when I'm not working.
I've got several sat in the pots, just waiting to be planted.
Yeah. But I'm going to go out in the garden, so I want to tidy it all up before guests come for Christmas.
Very good.
I don't want them to arrive and well, it's supposed to be a plant, man. Look at the state of this. Do you know what I mean there?
Yes. I know exactly what you mean.
My friends do expect my garden to look nice, so I'm going to be working on it tomorrow, believe me. It's amazing. I'm quite a fast garden. I can get a lot done.
Yeah, just crack on.
Yeah.
Get round and do it.
And I'm very lucky because touch wood, I don't have any joint problems or anything like that. My mum, bless her, takes her a long time.
Yeah, of course.
But you know what? There is no rush with gardening, is there? And you don't want to rush it really. But,
no. Well, I quite enjoy the process of gardening. I quite like taking my time doing it.
Yeah.
It's fun to take your time going around the garden.
Well, loads of you have been going for our Diablo planters this week. And I'm really pleased because these are such good value. They're normally $22.99 each, but today they're down to $11.99. And if you double up, you can get a second one for just £3. Now, we showed you the castor oil plant, the fatty earlier. That'd go great in here.
That'd look beautiful in there, wouldn't it?
That rhododendron would look nice in there as well.
Do you know, you read my mind.
Did
That
I?
is literally where
Look
I was
at
just
this.
going. Roddy can go in there. Oh yeah.
That's really good.
That looks gorgeous because you're marrying the colour of the variegation on the leaves to the colour of the bottom of the pot. That's really pretty. Like that a lot.
What else you got back there?
Shall we go let's go.
Yeah.
Southern Splendour.
This is the other cordyline on the show, Southern Splendour. I mean, look at that instantly.
Oh, and it's so you're marrying the colours of the variegated with the Bollywood, but this one is the contrast of the red and the pink with that lovely creamy colour of the base.
That does look good, doesn't it?
Like that one.
So Bex always manages to get the cordyline in my face every time.
Every time. I'm going for a pussy willow.
They're not as spiky as they look. Yeah, the salix would be nice.
That would be gorgeous. And that would live in there all its life as well. If you're going for the salix, that would be absolutely happy in there for the rest of its life. That'd look beautiful.
Now, obviously, this is an offer right now. 2 for $14.99. It's a double-up deal, but it is time limited, and masses of you have ordered these this week. I think they're gorgeous. This kind of shabby chic vintage look is so en vogue. Oh, this is our fig tree. Obviously, the fig is not looking at its best at this time of year.
No, but we know, don't we? You've got to have an imagination with your gardening. Got to get ahead so that, you get those beautiful displays later on. So if you want to grow your own figs, you can get your fig brown turkey standard.
Rocking the hat, by the way.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. I definitely need to bring one on Wednesday, don't I?
Well, I've got some crazy glasses as well, but I decided against bringing those ones.
So if you do want to go for those pots, massive reduction in terms of price, $133.90 for the Diablo round planters. Yeah, that eucalyptus, because it's compact variety, that would be fine in there.
That'd be all right, wouldn't it?
Would.
I like that.
Do you know, I might buy the eucalyptus for the pub garden.
I fancy the eucalyptus as well.
Yeah.
Because I've never planted a eucalyptus because it was so big. Yeah. But this one's smaller, and it stays more compact.
Now Claire's got a top tip. She said, get some eucalyptus cuttings and hang them in the shower when you're having a shower.
Oh, I tell you what, that'll help me right now.
I like that idea.
That'll help me. It'll clear out all the sniffles and things.
Yeah. All right, Claire, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Because I've got about a 60-foot eucalyptus, so
there you go. When you have your bath, just put some in the bath with you.
That eucalyptus is a compact variety, by the way, so don't worry about that. So, final reminder, 130390, they're the Diablo round planters, amazing values today, 1 for $11.99, double up 2 for $14.99. The other planters that you've absolutely loved in our last few shows, these big Hendrix planters, we've nicknamed them Jimmy, you probably know why. They are absolutely wonderful. 2 for $24.99. They're actually one of the biggest planters we do, so 17 inches. So I'm not being funny, but pretty much everything on the show is going to be happening there for
forever.
Decades. Yeah.
But this one,
that's good, isn't it?
I want that. I want that times 2. And then I want that either side of my lovely sit-down seating area.
Oh,
because in the summer, that's going to just feel like holidays, isn't it? It's going to be absolutely glorious. I like that.
And we did have quite a few double-up deals on palms earlier on in the year. So if you've got some palms and they need replanting, then those pots will be absolutely amazing. And I think because of the finish on these, remember, you've got guaranteed Christmas delivery today. I think you can actually make these look quite festive over Christmas.
Yeah, I really like them, and I just think it's an amazing deal that we're getting on these today. You know, I can't imagine us repeating these deals once we get into the new year. So this is a really good time to get a bargain here. Look at those.
And if you've got maybe some potted Christmas trees, again, they'd look great in there, wouldn't they?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I can't believe the value. $12.50 each they work out, don't they?
They're big. You would not get those for £12.50.
But there's been some really good deals this December here on Yew Garden. 130522 for £24.99. We are back. By the way, we are back this Wednesday live at 10 o'clock. And that will be our last live show of the year, won't it? But we have recorded some special ones for over Christmas.
Yeah, so we'll still be here on a Wednesday from 10, a Thursday from 10, a Sunday from 10. It's just that they have some of the ones that we have been pre-recording. So there are some, you know, if you like watching us at those certain times, you can still tune in and watch us then. You can obviously catch up on everything on the Yew Garden website as well, where all the shows will be.
Yeah. And watch any previous shows, as long as the offers are still there.
As long as the offers are valid, yeah.
In fact, we've recorded a couple of shows already. Now, yeah, they're quite fun, aren't they? A few things went wrong. So you'll enjoy watching those. And it's all been left in, hasn't it?
There's a particular one where...
So...
Okay, I can't say it. You've got to watch it.
But I reveal a bit too much, don't I? Have you managed to cover that belt this year? Yeah. Anyway, you'll find it. So we've got a special show on garden essentials. You know, sometimes we don't have time to properly talk about some of the fertilisers and feeds and the specialist composts. We've got a show that's all about garden essentials and also some great ideas for growing seeds in January. Yeah. And we have got a houseplant show coming up. With some amazing houseplants.
I cannot wait to do that one because I'm keen to get more houseplants. I'm very excited about that one.
And there's another one that we can't tell you about yet, but we'll tell you about on Wednesday, yeah? So lots of shows to watch between Christmas and New Year. Right, very quickly, these are just such good value. $5.99. It's a buy one get one free. It's our planter with the bird trellis, and these are normally $8.99 each, which I don't think you'd question if you saw these in garden centre.
No, because they're beautiful. Yeah. They've got the extra decoration, haven't they, with the trellis over the top? Really nice.
They're great, but they're $5.99 with a free one as well, so they work out £3 each. Obviously, yours will not be planted. We've put our hellebores in there.
Yeah, we're just giving you an idea here, and I think this is a gorgeous display. But maybe it's your bulbs. You could put some, winter bedding in there. You could put your spring bedding in there. Yeah, absolutely. There's so many ideas of what you can plant in here. So this is just an idea, but they're really pretty, aren't they? You can even put a climber in here as well. You know, one of the shorter climbers because it'll grow around here. Yeah. I wouldn't because I quite like the trellis, but it's up to you what you want to do.
But they arrive with 2 pots, 2 trellis like that, and they just clip in, basically. Yeah. So it's really straightforward.
Yeah, so if you don't want the trellis on, you can remove it at any point and just use them as pots like this. They do have the raised bit at the bottom for the drainage, and obviously the channels coming out the side as well for proper drainage on there.
I think most people would keep the trellis on, I would have thought.
Think you would,
but you have, of course, got that option. Now, we've planted ours, we wanted to make them look really festive. Yeah. So we have got our hellebores. And my word, these have been planted up a couple of weeks and they just look amazing, don't they? So if you haven't got a hellebores, I know masses of you have ordered these. We reduced the price a couple of weeks ago to $16.99, and since we've done that, they've absolutely flown. It's a variety called Christmas Carol, and it's a prolific flower. So these have been bred to flower more frequently, to produce more buds, more flowers, but also the flowers are upright as well, aren't they?
They are, yeah. Absolutely. And what I really enjoy about these flowers is not only do you get the crisp, white, beautiful flower, but as they age, you get some interesting things going on with the colours on there. So you get those lovely kind of greeny colours. You get some flushes of pink on there as well. They look a bit shabby chic in the way that they age. So you just get this mixture of colours and shapes and sizes on there, which just gives you that added interest, something different and new to look at all the time. They are great as your festive decorations, as table decorations, in a pot with a little bow or a ribbon or something on there, and they look beautiful as your table decoration for this festive season, or they look great to give as gifts if you just wrapped the pot with some kind of tissue paper around the bottom, little bow around it. It'd be a wonderful Christmas gift.
Just looking at them,
so many
they're
flowers.
The best hellebores I have seen. Many. And I've looked in some of the garden centres, and Bex has done the same. We've not seen anything.
No.
There's a supermarket near where I live, and it's a value supermarket, and to be fair, they did have hellebores for £5 or £6 each, a similar size, but they were nothing like ours.
No.
They had about 2 or 3 flowers on. They were about half the size. Ours are absolutely amazing.
Look at those colours.
If you order them today, you've still got guaranteed Christmas delivery, which is brilliant. And what a lot of people do, they have them inside over Christmas. So imagine that as a centrepiece on your Christmas dining table. And then once Christmas is over, and for some people it's over in a day, then plant them outside. And they love a shady spot, but they flower all winter long.
Yeah, I mean, they're in flower now. They're going to keep going for you January, February and March time, but you also have evergreen leaves on there as well.
Yeah, of course.
So, I mean, they do sort of, they do fade a little bit during the summer months, but they are evergreen, so you do have interest going on there all the time, and they don't mind a shady spot either, which is brilliant. You don't have to get in the
love
sunniest
hellebores.
spot.
I really do.
I do.
It's only recently I've been using them inside at Christmas, though.
Well, I think it's a nice new take on the poinsettia. Don't
a nice
get
alternative,
a
isn't it?
poinsettia. They're divas.
I love the look
Hellebores
of them.
are reliable.
Do you know I feel sorry for
consistent.
poinsettias, though, don't you? Because they're grown for Christmas. They're put on pallets. They get moved around a lot.
Yeah.
And they just hate it, don't they?
They don't like it. They don't like being moved.
No.
You don't have all that diva behaviour from your hellebore.
I just think it's quite sad that so many are grown and they're just all binned after Christmas,
just
aren't
get rid
they?
of them.
So I did buy one this year, white one, because the one that I've got, I saved from last year and it just hasn't flowered again. It didn't get enough dark.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, it needed more hours of darkness and it was in the main.
You didn't force the dormancy.
No. So it's lovely and green, but it's not flowered. So I bought another one, a white one, and I literally turned my back on it for a couple of days, didn't water it enough. Suddenly looked at it, I was like, oh my word.
You didn't show me enough attention.
No, it's like about half of it is just shriveled now. I was like, oh. So I've chopped up the dead half, repositioned it in the corner so the good bits are showing.
You'll bring it back, I'm sure you will.
If I can just keep the half that's alive, I'm happy.
Then you'll be all right.
Anyway, so hellebores could be a great alternative for over Christmas. Very quickly, our pre-professional compost, best-selling product here on New Garden. It is a professional compost. It's the one that we use here on the nursery. I know we're teaching a lot of you to suck eggs because most of our regulars, they use this compost, they adore this compost and they wouldn't use anything else. But there's always a few new viewers who would love to try this.
Yeah, really, truly. We really do want you to try this and get it home. Not just because we want you to buy stuff from us, but I mean we do. But also because this will really make a difference to what you grow in your garden. And it doesn't matter what it is, whether it's seeds through to trees, you can plant the majority of things in here. Now there are a few exceptions. We've got some on the show, haven't we, today? The gardenia, the blueberry, the rhododendron. They want to be in an ericaceous compost. We have that on the website, please buy that. But for everything else, as I said, seeds through to trees and everything in between, it is going to live its happiest life in this compost. Look how well composted it is, okay? There are no great big thick chunks of uncomposted materials in here. So if you are sowing seeds, this is fine enough for you to be able to do that. If you're planting out great big trees, this is going to be brilliant as well. It's down to those ingredients, isn't it?
It's a wonderful compost. We make it easy for you. We deliver it free of charge. It arrives in 2 bags. They are plain bags. It's a commercial product. So you're not going to get lots of markings and spiel or anything like that. It's a commercial product, tried and tested. Average rating is 4.7 on our website. And just have a look at the reviews. Or just go on YouTube and Facebook and look at the group chat because everyone does pretty much rave about this compost. Quite a few of you have been buying the ericaceous compost on our website. Just to remind you, the plants on the show that need that, the rhododendron, the gardenia, the blueberries.
And there is another one, I think. Is it the...
I've said gardenia, gardenia rather, blueberries, rhododendron.
Was it the Leucothoe?
Yes, it was.
It
and
was,
Leucothoe, well remembered.
Thank you.
The burning love, So if you do need that, it is 100042. So that is for all your acid-loving plants.
Yeah, it's always handy to have a bag of that, actually.
So blueberries, Leucothoe, rhododendron, and the gardenia.
That's it.
Well remembered, Bex. I knew there was...
Thank you. I knew there was a fourth.
Yes.
I knew there was another one.
We are nearly out of time. Thank you to everyone for making a lovely show. So we're live again on Wednesday at 10 o'clock in the morning. But we've come back to our favourite table. Your favourite, actually. These are all the best sellers, aren't they, today?
Yes, they are indeed. And the Ceanothus is... I'm so glad.
Such good value,
I'm so glad, because it's a great plant. It's a wonderful one to have in your garden. But it's also incredible value today.
Beck said to me the other week, I can't believe you haven't got a Ceanothus. And it's true. And the
I shamed you a little bit.
You did, because it's so obvious I should have one. I've got a lovely sunny border. I did get one finally last week. But this is an absolute star in springtime. When it gets to April, May, this will outshine pretty much anything else in the garden. What I love about it as well, it actually has really nice glossy leaves. They're quite small, but it looks good even in the winter. So 17th of December today, it still looks great, but in April and May time, it will be a sea of lilac flowers. You might get a second flourish in autumn, you sometimes do, but most of the flowers will come in April and early May time. Great for the bees and butterflies, of course, as well.
Lovely, yeah, absolutely. Royal Horticultural Society have given it their Award of Garden Merit, so it's proven performer. It's winter hardy, and we class it as fully winter hardy, so it has our lifetime guarantee. It's very easy to grow. Plant it, feed it and water it, leave it alone. Let it do its thing.
Give it a nice sunny spot.
Sunny spot for sure.
And as Bex mentioned, lifetime guarantee. If you ever buy anything that we say is hardy and it doesn't thrive, let us know and we will replace it for free. All you need to do is pay the postage.
That's it, yeah. So it really gives you confidence to shop with us, you know. It gives you peace of mind to know that, well, you're buying from a reputable company, because if we weren't reputable, we would not give you a lifetime guarantee. There's my mum and dad's Ceanothus. How pretty is that? It's lovely, honestly. Filmed earlier on this year when I went to visit in April, May time-ish. And my dad was telling me he thinks it's about 4 years old. So that's how big this can grow just in a few years.
But if you don't want it to grow that big, they really, really will be very happy in a pot. That little Diablo pot would be that, well, happy for its life.
Yeah.
510 886. We are just clearing excess stock of that today. That's why we got such a great price of $6.90. Even when we do offers, and let's be honest, we like to do different promotions and change those. But even if we did that on a promotion, you'd maybe get it for $12.99 or $9.99 if it was an ultimate special. But it's $6.99 today. So it's really incredible value.
Yeah.
And thank you to everyone that's still placing orders. You can, of course, order after the hour. Just bear in mind, I would order today because we've got guaranteed Christmas delivery.
That's it, yeah. So this is the last day that we can guarantee that Christmas delivery.
If you're watching us live right now on the 17th of December.
Yes, Sunday the 17th.
If you're streaming a little bit later on in the week, then we cannot guarantee the Christmas delivery. But if you're watching or streaming live today, then we can do.
Yeah, and we've got an amazing Christmas gift here, actually, and I'm going to...
I think so.
I think I'm going to get this as a last-minute Christmas gift for my youngest son. And for me, if I'm honest, I want this in my house because this is going to be so much fun to have. It is absolutely glorious, isn't it? Look at how many traps are on here. And this is one of the bigger varieties as well.
Yeah, bigger traps.
Bigger traps. It's called jumbo for a reason, and that is because you get up to 1 inch in diameter with the traps that are on this particular one.
And just quickly, we'll give you the details. I know we're out of time, but if you want the Ceanothus, $6.99. This is our jumbo Venus flytrap, 800 155 999. Lots of orders gone through for this today.
Yeah.
But I just think if you've got children in your family, and it could be teenagers, it could be younger children, nieces, nephews, whatever.
Just yourself, I want it.
I think it's a good, I hope this doesn't sound sexist, but if you have got some men in your family that are a bit difficult to buy for, then I think it's a bit of fun, don't you?
Yeah, it's something a bit interesting and a bit different. And what a great little houseplant to have, because it's interesting, because there's something else going on with it, and it's quite useful as well. It's going to eat the flies. Nobody wants flies in their house, do they?
And I know you don't get as many flies in the winter time, but there's still a few buzzing around.
Oh, yeah. Love it. I think it's really interesting. Couple of tips for success. Use rainwater, please, not tap water. It doesn't like the chlorine. No. And also don't water it from the top. It needs to sit in a tray of water, so it's a bottom feeder.
Because it naturally would occur in swamps in countries like America. So, yes. And what we will say, there's brilliant information on the YouGarden website.
There is actually,
with every plant.
Yes, for sure.
Lots of planting tips and care tips. So if you're never sure, do check out the YouGarden website. And the reason why flies are attracted to this, we can't smell it, but there is a scent that flies like, but also there's the red, of course, in the middle of the traps. But what we're doing there is just activating the heads. And if a fly goes in there and buzzes around a few times, bounces around a bit, the trap will actually close.
Yeah, there are a couple there's definitely one here that's closed.
Yeah, well, this was outside. This was outside the potting shed. By the way, They are hardy down to 0. So you could put it outside. I mean, some people do put it outside during the summer months to get a nice feed when there's more flies buzzing around. Yeah,
I think it's
definitely had a bit of it. It's had a few meals.
It's definitely had a few meals. If it grows flowers, by the way, cut them off. Don't want to waste energy on the flowers, so cut the flowers off.
I think it's definitely had a starter and a mains. It's waiting for dessert.
Ah, don't talk about food. I'm hungry.
Oh yeah.
That donut was not enough. I need more.
Well, we are nearly out of time. We are going to have our lunch.
Yay!
But before we do, thank you to all of you wonderful viewers and friends. Many of your messages now. We love being part of You Garden.
Yeah, we really do. It's been great fun. Yeah,
it's been brilliant. We're back on Wednesday for our final live show of the year. Do keep checking the You Garden website and YouTube because we are going to upload some special shows between Christmas and New Year.
Yeah. They've been loads of fun, haven't they?
Yeah, and we are just going to leave you with the details of those amazing planters that you've gone crazy for, the Diablos. Buy one for $11.99, double up, and you get a second one for just, well, £3 basically.
£7.50 each, and they're beautiful.
Yeah, they really are nice, aren't they?
Really nice planters, those ones.
And if you order today, I know some of you are still putting orders through, we have got guaranteed Christmas delivery because there's quite a few nice little gift items like the Venus flytrap, the hellebores, the mushroom kit.
The gardenia, the Callicarpa, the pink elm.
And those lovely bird trellis planters as well. So thank you so much. My name's Shaun Ryan, this is lovely Bex Edwards.
Thank you very much.
And we will see you hopefully live on Wednesday morning at 10 o'clock. I've got a different show, obviously.
Yeah?
Yes.
A whole brand new, and I haven't seen the details yet, so I've got no idea. I'm very excited. Yeah.
Final reminder, use the code YGTV50. That gives you all the discounts. Free postage when you spend over £30 as well.
We'll see you soon. It's been really nice to have your company.
Should we take this off now, Bex? No, sorry. Oh, we'll see you on Wednesday.